All right, I came back early because apparently the live stream had ended for whatever reason. I'm sure it was internet related, as usual. Nothing like a almost 2 year anniversary coming up and having problems still. Wouldn't be like good old times if it wasn't for that. Good morning, Cliff. Let's see here. So we got a little bit of barcoding here before market open. We do have the VIX is showing up right now, 0.21. Let's take a look at the SPY here. I'm gonna give a shout out. I don't have a whole lot of people back yet here, so this might be a little too early. But yeah, it's me says another slow day, I assume. Yeah, it's the volume for the day to day is looking pretty low, so I'm not expecting anything huge to happen necessarily today, based off of these volume levels. But I need to ask a favor of somebody here, and I'll probably mention it. Hold on a second here. So my mom's in China right now, and because of the fact that she's in China, she can't get on YouTube. I guess apparently it's illegal. She's got to be really careful about what she does and doesn't do while she's there. But she can get on Discord, and she was asking me if there was any way that I could stream the live stream to the Discord. And obviously, since my bandwidth isn't good enough to even barely do the live stream and get in the back of the big tramp, let alone stream it back there, I doubt that's going to work for me. But if I could get somebody to go to the back or to go to the front of the big tramp and live stream the video of the live stream so she can watch it because she can apparently get on Discord, which is okay for her. That would be amazing if I could have somebody do that. She just needs the volume. She just needs to hear the voice, the volume. She doesn't even really need to see it. But if somebody could do that, that'd be awesome. Actually, I wonder if I could do that through my phone. If I take my phone, I could probably do this. You know what? I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm just gonna take my phone, make sure my phone's not on Wi-Fi, and it's not. And I will go to the back of the big tramp and live stream it for her. Let me see here. Powerborn's already back there. He's in the front. He's in the back of the big tramp. Tom D's in the back of the big tramp. Let me see here. Turn the voice up. Tom, how's it going, man? You're live. Tom left. Let me see here. So let me see if I can share screen. Nope, that's not what I want. Hmm. Can you not share screen on this? Hmm. I thought for sure I could share a screen with the phone. Maybe not. Well, I'll have to figure this out because I got to do price prediction here and I got 15 minutes left to do it. And sometimes it takes me the full 15 minutes. That is not it. There, Tom's got he's doing, Tom's got it pulled up here. Let's see if Tom, yep, Tom's got it. Tom's all over it. Tom is the man. All right. Thanks, Tom. Tom, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna let my mom know. Cool. I just texted her and let her know. I appreciate that so much, Tom. It's awesome. Roseanne says, Casey, you should move up to Maine. We have great internet up here. You know what? To be honest, Roseanne, I think everybody has great internet everywhere except for where I'm at. But yeah, Tom, thank you very much. I appreciate it. That is awesome. Um, Hopefully she'll show back up in the back of the big tramp and or the front of the big tramp and see that there. Let's see here. So let me go through the numbers real quick here. And oh, I left this on the SPY. How did I manage to do that? Oh, that's right. I was looking at the SPY before when I came back. Let's see here. SPY is showing up in the pre-market 0.21. All right. So the dollar is showing down. SPY's up. That makes sense. VIX is showing up, however, which should be down. That may move down as the day continues on. We may be looking at some green today instead of what we got yesterday. Let's see here. On the 1 hour, I'm gonna take you guys to the same page I'm looking at so that you're not like confused as to what I'm looking at here. On the 1 hour here, on the Bollinger Bands, I'm looking at the SPY. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Come on, case. There we go. On the 1 hour chart, we've got a potential possibility for a break through the red cloud, but it would be a thicker portion of the red cloud, which would make me inclined to believe that it's not necessarily going to be today that we see the price movement upwards. It would be more likely to see it tomorrow than it would be necessarily today. And Wednesdays have tended to be more positive days for us in the past. Do note, getting rid of all this other junk that's in here. We are trading very, very, very closely to the upper resistance line for the descending broadening wedge, which means that if we traded sideways and closed out the day today, very, very close to where we're at right now, I could see the breakout going into tomorrow morning, and that would be indicating a break by tomorrow back up to the 45 range. So I'm gonna guess a very, very, very close price to where we're at right now for a close. Let's go 401. 401 for AMC. And on Ape, to try and figure out Ape a little bit better, let's see what price we would have to trade at to stay within our descending parallel channel that we've got set up here on the combined price of AMC and Ape. And you can see here at 586, in order to break out today before the day is over, we would have to see a price of about 602 combined, which is about 20 cents up. And I don't expect that necessarily to happen, but I would expect to see a support on this level here at about 585. So I'm gonna guess a penny. I'm gonna guess a penny up or two on Ape. So maybe like 183. Four, 184. So 584 is a combined price, which is just about really close to where we're at right now. We're at 586. I'm not comfortable with this. That's not right. There's more here. There's more potential. Um, I feel like there's more potential here. Let's go with a 414 close. 183 on Ape and 414 on AMC. That's 597 for a total. So I'm gonna go 447 to 777. I like it. I'm running with that. 597 would put us, yeah, it would put us really, really close to breaking out of the descending parallel channel on the combined price. I like it. That's what I'm going with. 597. Final answer. All right, let's see. Apex coming in here. He says, I'm going a bit lower than yesterday. AMC closed at 401 and Ape closed at 178. Combined price of 579, 429 to 729. I got you down, sir. By the way, congratulations on the extra bonus point from yesterday. I awarded it because there was enough spread between everybody that we had. I was able to give that to you. As of right now, with you being at 429 to 729, you're at least 10 cents below me. So we'll have to see what Einstein comes in. Einstein and Eric comes in with. Uh, Tom, thank you. I will. I'll try to get somebody to pick it up around that time for the last hour. I hope everything goes okay with her with her surgery. And thank you so much for doing what you're doing. It'll be nice for my mom to be able to hear. Sound like my wife talking to me, Casey. Uh, sorry, man. Don't know what to tell you. Uh, Sorry about that. Jason says, "Now what's going on, bud?" Oh no, my mom's in China right now, and she can't. In China, they have laws that prohibit people from using YouTube. There are ways around it, but when you're a guest in somebody else's country, it's probably best that you stick to the laws and regulations. So they're not allowed to go to YouTube, but she can go to things like Discord. And if somebody's live streaming the YouTube channel through Discord, then that's legal for her to be able to pick that up through there because she's just going through Discord. So nothing stopping someone. So Tom's been gracious enough to live stream the live stream through Discord, and that way she can listen to it. So um, yeah. Tom says, now if the Chinese come knocking on my door, if they harass your mom, there might be a challenging situation they will face. No, utilization is not at 100% right now. It dropped down to 91%. And as I was showing earlier this morning, and I'll show again later, we've seen that happen on occasions where price is about ready to run. So it's actually something that I've been waiting to see have happen. I've been waiting to see utilization drop below 100%, and it finally happened. So what does that mean? Like why all of a sudden would you see utilization dropping below 100%, and why would that necessarily cause a run? And usually what that means is that institutions who are lending out shares, right? Utilization is a sampling of how many shares are available to be borrowed by institutions. When it hits 100%, that doesn't mean that they don't have more shares to lend. It just simply means that their shares are all lent out. Now, if some of their shares aren't lent out any longer, likely that means that somebody closed out positions and are making shares available to be borrowed again. Closing of short interest is usually bullish on price movement. So if somebody's about to return shares, eventually what that means is that they're going to reshort again, right? Because they're not going to just let it sit there and rise on them. They're going to prepare by borrowing more shares to be able to short the price back down after it does run again. So utilization, seeing it drop like this, means that there was likely a return of shares. We did see about 300,000 shares having been returned, 350,000 shares returned yesterday. I don't know what we're going to see in the near future here, but we may see a big number pop up on available shares to borrow. I would not be surprised at all if we saw suddenly like a million or 2 million shares suddenly available to borrow within the next 48 hours or so. So, if we see that happen, it's not crime. It just means that somebody returned shares that they had on that they were lending. So it's just it's part of the process. So, but let's go ahead and get this day started, and I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on shuttles and brakes to the
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Some of the work gets kinda hard, and this ain't no place to be if you plan on being a star. Let me tell you, it's always cool, and the boss don't mind sometimes if you act the fool at the car wash. Whoa, 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 talking about the car wash, yeah. Come on, y'all, and sing it for me. Car wash. Woo, woo, woo. Car wash, yeah. Well, those cars never seem to stop coming. Work and work. Keep those bags and machines humming. Work and work. My fingers to the bone. Work. If I can't wait till it's time to go home. Hey, get your car washed today. Fill up and you don't have to pay. Come on and give us a play. Get a wash right away. Come on, y'all, and sing it with me. Car wash. Sing it with feeling, y'all. Car wash, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Those cars never seem to stop coming. What I say, keep those bags and machines humming. Let me tell you, it's always cool, and the boss don't mind sometimes if you act the fool at the car wash.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. The title for the day today is The Eve of an Anniversary. And tomorrow will be the 2-year anniversary of me live streaming. I started on June 28th of 2021. It's been a long process. It has been an incredible process, and it's been great fun spending time with you guys and over the last 2 years. I am proud of what it is that I've done. I've accomplished a lot in documenting history here, and I can't even begin to describe to you the emotions that have played out, probably for all of us, not just for me, but for all of us through this entire process. And while trading is supposed to be emotionless, there are indeed emotions, and um, and we've weathered through it. But the one thing that I can say for sure is that we have a great community here, and I love you guys. You guys are awesome. So I appreciate all your support, all your help, and your understanding with me, especially in like this last couple of weeks. Taking vacation off. The next thing you know, I'm going to doctor's appointments all the time, and it's just like, what happened to this Casey guy? So I appreciate you guys for putting up with all that kind of stuff. And James says the Peloton bike, right? It's still sitting back there. It's not gone anywhere. It's still sitting there. It's waiting. It's waiting for me. But anyways, it's been a good 2 years, and tomorrow will be that anniversary. And I think committing 2 years of your life to do anything is a statement. It's a statement. It's a it's a commitment. It's believing in something. So I really I can't put it into words. Like I feel like I should have had a speech written down. Well, maybe that's going to be for tomorrow. Maybe I save the speech for tomorrow. But it's I guess I'm just kind of using like today to reflect on it, and maybe tomorrow you get the speech. I don't know. But it's been crazy. No, Doug, I'm not signing off. I'm not signing off. I'm just reflecting on the last 2 years and just I guess just thinking about it. That's all. It's been and this beard will be 2 years in like September, I think. So I mean that's a commitment too. So um, especially a commitment when I can't I absolutely can't stand this beard. I can't wait to get rid of this thing. This big old rat that's on my face here. That'll be quite the moment. And some people asked me, they said, like with the reverse split and conversion, are you going to be changing the price at which you'd be shaving that off? And the answer to that is no, absolutely not. It won't be. This beard is coming off at $90 one way or the other because I know that 90 is a very significant number, regardless of whether a reverse split or conversion happens. And so yeah, 90 one way or the other, it does not matter. James of Arizona says 1.5 years for me putting up with Casey. Yeesh. anybody anybody else who's put up with me for that long would have given you an award already, James. Just saying. Can you play the Flintstones Happy Anniversary song? Probably not because tomorrow I'm gonna have to. I think I have to celebrate a birthday tomorrow. Whose birthday am I? Oh, I'm celebrating Einstein's birthday tomorrow. So Einstein's got a song picked out for tomorrow. So I'm gonna stick to that for his birthday. Buzzin' Buzzman's gonna get his song, I think on either Thursday or Friday, and Petro. I think I haven't gotten a message back from Petro on a song choice for him, but or maybe I did. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, I did. I got one from him. So I'll probably do Petro on Thursday, and then Buzzin' Buzzman will get his song on Friday. So yeah. Let's see here. $90 or bust, Eddie Trade says. It is 8:42. The VIX took a dramatic turn from being up point like 3 or thereabouts to market opening showing negative point -0.7, which means that the SPY, which is kind of what I've expected to see because the SPY was showing that it was up and the US dollar was down. So that's kind of expected. We're seeing a little bit of green activity in here in almost everything except for Cinemark. AMC and Ape, would you have guessed, are trading pretty much sideways from closing prices from yesterday. Who in the world could have imagined that was going to happen? Chris says, "What will you do at 200?" I don't know. I don't know what I'll do at 200. Keep on doing the same thing I always do. Keep on keeping on. But Donkey Kong says Casey's a hunk under that beard. I don't know, but Donkey Kong, after 2 years, I don't know if that's going to be the case. Well, I, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be the same face that I remember. Roseanne says, "Wow, 2 years tomorrow. Congratulations, I think." Yeah, it's a long time. It's a long, long commitment to be making. I believe in it, though. Casey looks like a badass in that beard, keeping the guys away from his daughters. I don't know. I don't, I always thought about like, like what would I do with the beard? Like, is there like an in between stage, to maybe not be so shocking, like take the beard down to like some normal level. But I really want to go, yeah, Dynamite just wrote babyface. I really want to take it right down to babyface levels, I think. Just go straight to just shock and awe. Be like, yep, we hit 90 guys and this beard is gone. And I haven't even touched a razor. I haven't touched any of my razors in 2 years. I'm probably gonna have to go like I haven't changed the blades on them. I'm probably gonna have to go in there and probably just change the blades just so they're not rusted out or something. 2 years of no usage, and I'm sure those things are gonna be nasty. At 200, Casey manscapes everything. At 200, I'll shave my head. No, and that's not gonna happen. Why not do a shorter day, like end of 10 a.m. Eastern, and come back at 3 p.m. Free up your day for other things. Uh, you know, I mean, I'm not committed to anything else at this point in time, Doug. So I don't know why I would need to change what I'm doing currently. I'll tell you what, though, I will say this. I've been thinking about golfing, and I'd love to take Seth out to go golfing. I asked him the other day. I said, "Hey Seth, if I decided to start golfing this summer again, would you want to go?" And he's like, "Yeah." And usually the good golf times are in the morning because it's so stinking hot out during the middle of the day. But I was thinking about, maybe taking him golfing sometime here. But if I started doing that like once a week, I'd have to take some time off a little bit. So maybe I might start doing that. One day a week where I start it a little bit later in the later in the morning after we golf a little. But 9 hours, 9 hours to, or sorry, not 9 hours, but to walk a nine hole course would take probably a good 2 to 3 hours of walking, and that would probably be a good thing for me to do once a week. How do you condense the shape of a beard to adjust for a 1 for 10 reverse. You don't. I don't need to. $90 is going to be a problem for them just as much as any other price. $90 will just be as damaging with or without a reverse split. I can almost guarantee you that they will lose control of price just as easily with a reverse split at $90, a reverse split and a conversion at $90 with or without that. It will be just as much of a problem. Oh my gosh, Roseanne, I haven't been golfing in over 2 years. I mean, I've gone to Top Golf, but I don't really count that. Are you retired? I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so, C Pimpin, but I don't think anybody ever really fully retires. So I'm gonna say no. GME did a forward split. I don't think they did a. I'm trying to think. They did a. No, they just did a split. I don't think they did a reverse split. I tried golf, then I developed high blood pressure and quit. Careful. I could see how that might, if you were really upset that you couldn't hit the ball correctly, I could see how that might, affect your blood pressure. But I'm just thinking about getting out and walking. Yeah, forward split is what Plague says. That's what I think. It was 20 to 1, right? No, not 20 to was it 20? No, it wasn't 20 to 1. I'm thinking of somebody else. They did a 4 to 1. 4 or 5. No, maybe it was no, it was 4 to 1. I think it was a 4 to 1 forward split. 20 to 1 was somebody else. I can't remember who that was. Albert says a dividend split, which was supposed to force the shorts to buy the other 3 shares. They didn't. They just cheated. Oh, dang, Roseanne, you got a bag holder that follows you? That's crazy. That's a little fancy. I carry mine. I got a strap. I got a strap. I got to strap it on and carry it. Yeah. So I have just the. I do have actually. I do have a push cart for the bag, but I would probably carry it. Got about 10 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the first rundown of the numbers for the day today. Some of you guys may or may not have heard about the utilization being lower today, 91.14%. It's quite a bit lower than what it was at 100% for quite a long time. We had two different runs. We had a stint of about 221 days of 100% utilization. Then we had a stint of 9 days before seeing another drop down from 100%. And then we had this last run. Today would have been day number 111, but we didn't hit it because utilization wasn't 100%. So 110 days in total. If we were to add those all up, let's see, 340 days. 340 days is total amount of 100% utilization, other than those 3 days of downwards momentum and utilization that we had. Two little burps that immediately peaked up to 100, back up to 100, and then today's number that came in at 91, which is not a little tiny burp. That was a pretty big jump down. So 340 days of 100%, almost 365, not quite. The interesting thing is, I did the math one time, and I think there's 65 trading days in a quarter. I think. Hold on a second here. Let me see. think that's right. I'm not positive, but I think there's 65 trading days in a quarter, meaning that there's got to be more than 195 days of trading. Hold on a second. That doesn't seem right. What am I missing here? 365, 52 weeks times, that's 110 minus the 365. 255 minus, I don't know, there's probably like a half a dozen holidays or so, or not a half dozen, but a dozen or more. Let's just call it 15 days. That's 200. It should be about 240 trading days in a year, minus holidays, which it should be maybe even slightly higher than that. So we could say like 250, maybe at least 255. Yeah, so 63. That's about 63 days. It's really close to 65. Roadhouse is saying 252. So if you divide 252 divided by 4, that's 63 days. I said 65. It's real close. Just off the top of my head, that's not a bad guess. So 63 days in a quarter. So yeah, we're already. I mean, if you just take the total amount of days traded in a single year, we're over that amount already, right? In the totaling of those. So we're over that 252 number. By a bit. You got that as a gift? Dang. Plague, you're saying utilization is fake. I'm not sure why you would say that, but it should be a reporting on available shares to lend by institutions. I don't know that that would be fake. That's a required reporting number. If institutions are they should be correctly reporting that. So I'm not sure why you say it's fake, but it's definitely a good indicator to be looking at historically, which I'll be showing you here in about 7 minutes. Historically, we've seen dips like this just before big runs. Actually, you know what? I'll just show you now. I'll show you twice. Twice is nice. Double the pleasure. Triple the fun. All right, let's take a look at it. I'm going to kind of zoom out here just a tad bit. So utilization only. You can see those two other little dips that we had way back here. We had a dip right here. When it was running at about 100%, it dipped down to 98.67, then ran 100% utilization for 9 days, and then dipped down again. And then immediately after that, following that, there was a little bit of a price run up. But the one that I'm going to take you back to here, or the two that I'm going to take you back to here real quick, is that leading into the June run up, we were running 100% utilization. There were two little tiny dips where we went from 100% utilization down to 99.74, back up to 100%, down to 99.75, back to 100%, ran sideways for some longer period of time, then started dipping again, got down to as low as 96.02, and then within a few days after that, the big run up in June occurred. If you go back to January, pre-run up to January, there was a period of time in here where we were running 100% utilization, and it dipped down just a tiny bit to 99.65, back up to 100%, and then dipped down pretty drastically. I want to say about 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks before the run up in January. So utilization did something very similar to what we're seeing happening right now, where there's again two little tiny dips in here, followed by some price movement upwards, and then we got a dip in utilization showing up right now. So historically speaking, and then we could if you want to go over to if you want to take a look at GME, we can take a look at GME as well and see what their utilization did just prior to some of their run-ups that they had in January of 2021. And let's take a look here real quick. January utilization. 100% utilization. Now, utilization on GME didn't start dropping until it got to the peak. Once it got to the peak of price movement, that's when utilization started dropping. So it was a little bit delayed. The run occurred before, but utilization was very high for a long time beforehand. Utilization hit 100% in September of 2020. Ran 100% utilization for a really long time and did not start dipping until after the run up. And they are back to one. Oh, GME's utilization dipped down today too, by the way. So utilization dipping down for GME back here on May 29th and then back up to 100% after a single day. It dropped from 100% to 83.07% and then back up to 100% utilization. Stayed at 100% utilization, and then today dropping down to 83.02. Uh, so I don't look at GME's data as often. They did also have a corresponding with this last dip in utilization. They did have a corresponding dip in on loan amount for a single day, which jumped back up again, back to the previous level. So it was a single day reporting, not showing up as of yet for today on loan amount. On loan amount remains to be the same. Going back to January for GME, you can see the on loan amount started dipping quite drastically right before the January run up. And as the price was running up, the on loan amount was dipping day over day quite drastically as shares were being returned, and they were able to close out positions. But one thing that I want you guys to remember on this is that the estimated short share interest of the free float was drastic, or the exchange reported short interest was drastically high at this on GME. I want to say GME had about 70 million shares in total, and the total amount of short interest reported short interest was 284 million shares. So I mean they had quite a large amount of uh, four times the amount of short interest than what they had outstanding. So price started running upwards when uh, that short interest started coming down prior to price running upwards. So you could tell that there was definitely a forced position being created at that time. If you take AMC and you look at AMC going back to January, I don't believe we had necessarily the same quite uh, happening in January, which is why I always said that AMC's price movement was sympathetic to. It was an overall loss of control in the overall market. It wasn't necessarily January's run. It wasn't necessarily because of anything else other than the fact that they lost control of price in the general market. And then when you see the June run up, not so much sympathetic. It was actually its own event, and you could see where the on loan amount started dipping quite drastically just prior to the run up, and you can see it also in that utilization coming down as well. So on loan amount and utilization dipping at the same time. On loan average age per day starting to rise going into that, and then as they started returning those shares, the older positions were getting closed out, and you could see the on loan amount, on loan average age per day dipping, and then it led into the price run up. So and so hopefully that's very similar to what we're going to be seeing here very soon. If we see utilization drop and on loan amount starting to dip quite drastically, with on loan average age per day sharply rising and then falling very quickly, we could be a very short period of time away from a big price increase incoming. These are definitely the kind of signs that you want to see prior to a big move in price. And Look at the people coming in already to debunk what it is that I'm talking. That's really crazy, man. I just banned them, NanoTrader. So yeah, that's crazy, man. It's like immediately as soon as I start talking about it, like they start showing up and being like, "Oh, you guys still talking about this crap?" You know, how do you know you're on the right track? Oh man, it's funny. Literally, like, oh no, that's not right. That's not true. You guys still talking about this shit? Oh man, gotta love it. Perfect timing. It's crazy how they don't even hide their intentions. Yeah. Yep. I don't think they have the time for that. I don't think they have the time to hide their intentions. It's more or less just like it's short and distort. It's the classic. Just go in and say negative things, create that moment or that thought process of somebody. Yeah, Casey's over the target. Create that thought process in somebody's head and get them to doubt. That's all it is. Just just throw in that one comment that causes somebody to have that moment of pause where they go like, "Ooh, is this not the right thing? I don't know. Maybe somebody's right here. Maybe this is not. Maybe this is just a waste of my time. Like, oh, come on. We've been around here for 2 years, buddy. We've seen this before. We know what we're doing here. Nice try. Nice try. I kind of like to toy around with them a little bit, Nana. Maybe next time we should toy around with them a little bit. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. I will cover that one more time real quick for anybody that didn't see it, but let's take a look. All right, let's. What am I doing? Hold on a second here. Okay. My mom says thank you, Tom. Just to let you know. That's so bad. My mom said thanks. Touche. Let's see here. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, which is really good because I don't want to see it. And two-factor authentication. If you don't remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, make sure you get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do activate that. If your broker allows you to have a secondary device attached to your account to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea. As that could, who knows if you drop your phone in the toilet or whatever, you still have access to your account. Let's see. What else we got going on? Oh yeah, screenshot, video footage. Ask for a digital printout of your statement for your account. Whatever you do, make sure you have proof of ownership of what you hold. Do not rely on your brokers to hold that information accurately for you. Your broker is. I know you may like your broker, but they're not on your side. I promise you, your broker is not looking out for your best interest. They are there to make money, and there is some shady stuff that's happening out there, like J.P. Morgan losing their documentations, just deleting them, and it's like don't put that faith in your broker and your holding and reporting correctly your positions. Take that upon yourself to really manage that information. That is your information and you need to hold on to it. So make sure you do because nobody else should be doing that for you. All right. I said my piece. I know what's going to end up happening, guys. There is going to be somebody that says I didn't listen to you. I didn't, and now my account says I have 0 shares. And I'm going to be like, did you take a screenshot? And they're going to be like, nope. And I'll be like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do to help you whatsoever. There's nothing. You're SOL. Good luck fighting that one. I don't know what to tell you. So don't be that person. I've already had people that had a problem already not too long, a couple weeks ago, send me messages saying I didn't listen to you and my account says I have 0 shares now and I don't know what to do. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. Luckily, their broker reported the next morning it got corrected. But man, can you imagine? Can you imagine having that happen to you uh, during the squeeze? If prices are running up and all of a sudden your broker told you had 0 shares? I'd say, BS, I don't. Here's a picture of them. You better get them in there right now because I'm going to make some decisions here in the near future. And you better have them ready to be traded because let me tell you, if not, I'm going to sue the crap out of you because I'm just going to make up an arbitrary price that I pretended to sell at. And then you're going to pay me that because it's going to get awarded to me. So make sure you have that information, guys. All right. All right. I said my piece. Starting with price predictions for the day, Apex got a. Uh-oh, what happened down here? Fintel. We skipped it earlier this morning because Fintel was not reporting. Let's see if I can get it to update. Fintel was down earlier this morning. It looks like it still is. Starting with price prediction tallies. Everybody got a point except for Apex. He got an additional point for being the closest and further than 10 cents away from another price prediction on either side. So he got an extra additional point for the day. Let's see here. For max pain for me for us for the day today is $4.50. It's the same thing that we started out at on Monday. Taking a look at off exchange data. Oh wait, I skipped over short exempt volume. 83,000 in short exempt volume on AMC, 12.2 thousand shares in a short exempt volume on APE. Those numbers are super low. Very, very, very low numbers. Utilization, obviously, like we just talked about, 91.14% on AMC APE at 38.48, which was an increase on APE. Day-over-day price increase, AMC was up 0.5 and APE was down 0.55. Let's take a look at the off-exchange data. By this time in the morning, I expect to see about 44% going through off-exchange. EDGX to be between 10 and 11. Right now, we're at 55.17% on off-exchange. EDGX is at 9.59. The combined total, 64.76%. That's about 10.76% more than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. And CHX volume is 0. Let's see here. Next. What is next? Taking a look at APE. Off exchange is 57.45. EDGX is 4.39. The combined total 61.84%. That's 7.84% higher than I would expect it to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. Another 0. GME's CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 0.1% of the 30-day average of 0.33. With a 30-day, not it's with the 30-day average is 0.33. It's at 0.1. It's 160 shares so far, not a whole lot. Taking a look at institutional ownership, looks like it did increase. It finally popped up here. I have 139.165 as being yesterday's numbers. It's 139.220, so a slight increase of about 40,000 shares in ownership by institutions. Taking a look at options. Sound like I'm from somewhere else. Options, let's see, highest amount of volume so far for the day today on the options. We got about 2.7 thousand contracts at a $4.50 strike on calls. $4.50 strike is where we were at yesterday. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike, which means somebody's buying more or in the money puts. There's 3,000 contracts at 4.5. Market really keying in on a $4.50 close on AMC by the end of the day today based off of current volume levels. Kind of interesting to see. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $5.83. We are trading right at the midpoint, almost at the midpoint of the descending parallel channel. This is a bullish signal that should indicate a bullish breakout to the top side. I drew in my box in here in this time frame, suggesting that we may see the breakout here, but it looks like I was wrong. I'm going to go ahead and delete that, but try and see if I can't figure out where the next breakout point might be. Normally, it's around where you find levels of support, and as it stands right now, we may be heading towards a triple bottom here. Does seem that we found support about 580 and also at around 578. So really like the 580 range. We're at 583 right now. We might get that triple bottom. Maybe we'll see a move up off of the triple bottom here. But if we don't, I mean, there's still plenty of room to continue to move down this descending parallel channel. I'm trying to look to see where there might be a good breakout point. I don't know. As of right now, I'm not sure. Not on this chart, anyways. It's hard to say. If I were to use 580 as an indication of support, then I would say it would probably be in this time frame right in here. Which would be sometime tomorrow in the early wee hours of the morning to 1 o'clock-ish tomorrow. We'll watch that and see what happens. All right, let's take a look at Ortex, see what we got going on here. So far, reported for the day today, a return of about 371,000 shares for AMC. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 23.96%. Cost to borrow mins at 8.26. That means they're borrowing a lot with a really low cost to borrow like that, with the max and average being so much higher. That means that some loans are being borrowed and returned almost instantly. Cost to borrow averages at 376.67%. Max is at 574.07. That max number is definitely starting to increase here a little bit. Taking a look at utilization, obviously, as we've been talking about for a while, a little bit ago here, we've seen utilization drop from 100% down to 91.14. On loan amount decreasing day over day by 1.2 million shares. Of course, that's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float percentage, and that dropped it from 24.07 to 23.99, which means that the market's suggesting that about 415,000 shares were closed out in short interest. Of course, that's just an estimate. On loan average age per day did increase, which means that they were likely newer positions that they closed out. 107.95 was the average day on loan to 111.36 now. Security lending volume day over day did increase, went from 5.91 million shares to 9.39 million. And taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, 269,000 shares having been returned. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 4.88%. Cost to borrow average max and min has NA next to it, meaning there's been no shares borrowed for the day today so far. Utilization did drive up on Ape day over day from 37.75 to 38.48. On loan amount increasing as well from 14.37 to 14.69 million shares. That's 320 new shares, 320,000 new shares, new shares on loan. Estimated short share interest of the free float as a result rose from 4.87 to 4.89, and on loan average age per day kind of traded sideways. I shouldn't say traded sideways, but moved sideways from 127.13 to 127.24, which means that the balance of shares that were loaned versus the shares that were in existence on loan balanced out for the most part. Security lending volume slightly dipping from 562,000 shares to 513,000 shares. Low volume on AMC, APE, and GME. And let's see if we've got any of those three on the list of 30 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. And they are not, but that's not unexpected. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.63. APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow showing up at 100,000 shares earlier this morning. Let's see, we've got looks like another 100,000 shares that they borrowed from the original 100,000 that I counted this morning. So we're about 200,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today, but do note that they've been returning shares. Fees have gone from 197% to 274.1%. Calls, we have 117.6 thousand contracts in the or out of the money, and 11.1 thousand contracts in the money. 82.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 39.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.04, Dow Jones is up 0.26, and the S&P 500 is up 0.3. We have 3,396 advancers to 2,756 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Biggest bank movers for the day today, we've got FRCB is up 6.72, and Coinbase is up 5.07. Obviously, probably getting some help due to the fact that some investors are moving what they're getting for a settlement through Voyager to move into Coinbase. At least that's what I've been reading. Ethereum Classic is showing up 0.91. US dollar is down 0.15, but trending up. WTI or oil is up 0.54. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.08 to 0.12. And the SPY is up 0.29 after having trended down after market open, but starting to, it seems like for the most part, it's kind of starting to trade sideways here. Let me just pull a regression channel up on this real quick and just check it out. There we go. A little bit of downwards momentum since market open. Currently on an upwards trend though. VIX is down 1.61. VBR, actually, I'm going to click on it, make sure. Sometimes, oh, there we go. Negative 1.4. VBR is up 0.64. VB is up 0.68. Tesla is up 1.52. Amazon is up 0.42. Cinemark down 0.41. Doge is up 1.1. Bitcoin is up 1.67. GME is up 0.78. HYMC is up 0.03. NCMI is down 2.1. Hood is down 0.31, Ape is down 0.53, and AMC is up 0.25. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately almost $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.59 million shares traded so far, definitely low volume rate as of right now. 2.59 million shares traded with 49 minutes worth of trading so far. Putting us on a pace for 20.61 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.52, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a divergence in the vortex indicator with more selling pressure currently, and RSI at 45.68, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.75, which is slightly below. It just changed to 48.04, which is average. Notice a little bit of what appears to be a little bit of whipsaw kind of going on, meaning like price isn't really sure which way it's going to move to on a shorter time interval. And of course, a lot of this will probably end up turning into barcoding once we see the volume kind of level out. Taking a look at Ape, so far for the day today, about $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.66 million shares traded so far after 50 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 12.94 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares. We're on pace for that on a 4-minute interval. Wow, that is some amazing trading on a 4-hour chart. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with a RSI of 52.87, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.54, which is average. And on a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.35, which is average. And on a 5 minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure within our side, 51.59, which is average. So just a lot of average in there, which means that some of this barcoding showing up in some of these indicators as well. When price does start to move, it'll show up pretty heftily in the indicators. Um, yeah, so really not a whole lot to digest here. And again, we took the poll yesterday and said, what do you think the market's waiting on? And I really do think that the market's waiting specifically on something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I gave you guys four choices yesterday. I said CBDC laws and regulations to be approved, changing of leadership, and then bank failures. And 50% of you guys out of 240 votes said bank failures. 23% said CBDC. 13% says laws, regulations to be approved, and 12% said changing of leadership. So, and it's entirely possible that almost all four of those happen at the same time. So, I mean, you could see bank failures definitely having maybe being an impact for the rest of those to occur. But definitely seems like something's the market's waiting on something. Not quite sure what. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Just went to the Western Carolina University for football camp and did some exploring in Cherokee Casino. The real vacation isn't till mid-July when we're beach bound. That's awesome. Be careful with that kite surfing, kite boarding. I think it's called kite boarding. Uh, it can be dangerous, but just be careful. Einstein says, I'm waiting on the USS Wall Street to sink. By the way, guys, Einstein's going 396 to 696 for his price prediction for the day today. There is enough of a spread between price predictions to give out a bonus point for the day today. So whoever gets it closest. Two weeks, Ben. Deb got it out just a little bit quicker than I did. Jason says, so on Ape, what's the lowest you think we're looking at here short term next 2 days? It's so hard. I mean, I really feel like it's trading sideways for the most part. I don't know if there's going to be anything specifically from the trial that's going to cause anything to change on that. But I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, Nana's saying 179. Market cap on AMC is 2.1 billion. Market cap on, and that's without me actually running the numbers myself and seeing if that's accurate. Market cap on Ape is at 1.68 billion. If we were to add those two numbers together, let me just do some quick math here. That's $3.78 billion. Let me go to an Excel spreadsheet because I did some math a while back and was trying to figure out what market cap. Okay, so our market cap is currently at what did I just say? 3.78. Wow, that is insane. That's insane because that's almost exactly what our market cap was combined in the after hours of whatever day it was that I wrote this Excel spreadsheet out when I was doing some data I think it was when we found out. I think I did this when we found out that we were going to potentially get us a one to 7.1 share for every 7.5 shares owned of AMC uh, for the uh, for the I can't put words. There's no words right now. Words gone. Casey lost it for the settlement of the lawsuit, and so market cap was 3.75 at that time. The market combination, and AMC was at 2.065. We're at 2.1 now, which means we have a higher market cap now than back then. And Ape was at 1.692. Hold on a second here. Let me check something real quick. 1.692, which was just a fraction higher than where we're at right now. So um, I quite honestly believe that they're going to try and keep this market cap the same. The question is where is it going to be balanced? Is it going to be? Are they going to try and balance it out, the total market cap, or are they going to try and keep it slightly in favor of people perhaps maybe wanting to buy Ape, or you know having there be some kind of arbitrage possibility there. And I tend to think that arbitrage, um, they want people to arbitrage. They need the shares really, really, really bad. So uh, I would expect them to probably leave that in place as long as possible. Boomstick said, "Did I hear you do some quick meth?" You'd think. The way my brain just went off. Plague says Casey got broken. Casey G&E. Oh, gone. I thought you were trying to spell out GME. Speaking of which, is up 1.31% right now. Ape is up 0.56 and AMC is up 0.25. I don't, Jeff. After reverse split and conversion, those numbers should go down. The short interest will, if I had to guess, will probably be in the range of plus or minus 10% plus or minus 2%. That's my best guess. In regards to um, borrowed shares, you're going to divide the number by 10, so uh, everything's going to get divided by 10. But in regards to the short interest being low, I don't think that it's going to stay there very long. I think that you're going to see that short interest jump pretty quickly when that happens. I don't think it's going to remain at that 10% for very long. I think almost within a month, I would imagine that 10% is going to drive up to over 17% very quickly. Musical companion, I appreciate it. You don't owe me anything, man. But I'll tell you what, though, I've been having a lot. There's a guy that does Gibson repairs on YouTube, and his stuff has been popping up on my live stream a lot lately. And I don't know why. Les Pauls are one of my more favorite guitar necks that I like. It's I don't know, it just fits my hand. I like the feel of it better. The only electric guitar I have is a Stratocaster, which has actually a wide neck, which for most of my life I preferred because I started playing guitar on classicals, which means that obviously the wide neck, so I was used to the wide neck. What I find is that uh, I I've played so much steel string most of my entire life that whenever I switch over to an electric guitar, I don't have the feel, the soft touch that you need to have, and so uh, it's a the wide neck isn't it doesn't help. I think the smaller the neck, the better. Doug says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think will squeeze after conversion, reverse split, and dilution to raise funds? 10 being MOASS. So I think this is going to be a lot different looking than probably a lot of us would have wanted it to look like after reverse split and conversion. And I think it'll end up looking more like a Tesla type move. And so, in regards to like a MOASS type situation, where you have something that looks like VW, I think the likelihood of that goes down quite drastically. But I don't think that anybody would be disappointed with holding Tesla. Tesla made millionaires out of tons of people who held on to their positions from the get-go of ownership with that company. So I'm not too worried about it. One way or the other, I still think that this is going to be more money than I've ever made in the market before. And regardless of whether it's a VW type move or it's a Tesla type move, uh, I'm not stressing over it. Gus says, why do they need to replace? They fix and to convert. I'm not sure what you mean by that. ABC says, if you were a short hedge fund, would it be better to close positions before or after the split? Hmm. I would think that it would probably be best to not close positions. And the reason for that is that, if you're shorting against AMC, the likelihood of you wanting to close a position, meaning get out of your position, is not a possibility until this company's bankrupt. So they're going to continue to short it. However, if AMC starts raising capital and becomes debt free, or enough to where they're making like just crap tons of money, and institutions start buying into it, and you're short, then you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. So you're kind of banking on the idea that AMC is not going to be able to raise capital. So they can't just get out of their position, though. Unfortunately, a lot of people seem to think that there's this idea that they can just simply close out their positions, and they can't. They can't close out their positions. They're kind of stuck right now. If they could have closed out their positions, they would have been closing them out when it was 66 cents a share, and they would have just been buying Ape like crazy and closing out their positions. But they're not. And the reason that they're not closing out their positions is because they can't. They can't close out their positions. They gotta have the shares. There's been a lot of rehypothecation that's gone on here, and it's something that has to be unraveled before you can close out of your position. You can't just close out of your position without unraveling all the other positions that you've opened. So they have a lot of unraveling to do, and that's not going. I don't think they're planning on doing that whatsoever, because that would cost them their business. So this has become essentially that, like I've said on many occasions, this has become a life or death situation for their companies. Either the company dies because they lose on their bets against AMC, or they end up winning really, really good because they bankrupt the company. It's not a matter of whether they can close their positions. Yeah, they can't though. They can't close out of their positions, unfortunately, though, Sam. Yep, multiple companies have gone bankrupt. Yes, the game is survival of the fittest. Who can last the longest? Absolute. Maccabee says, "Lucky for us, waiting doesn't cost us." That's absolutely correct. Some people feel like it does cost them, but it really doesn't. It doesn't cost you anything. Who said that first? Somebody else says that the government's gonna. It may have been. Glenn said it. Government will bail them out anyway. More than likely, Glenn. I mean, you got to consider the fact that we'll just use Citadel case in point, just because of the fact that they're a market maker. But you have to consider the fact that seeing a company like that go belly up is going to cause massive chaos in the markets, and they're not going to want that to happen, right? So I'm almost positive that there's going to be some kind of bailout process involved in that, because there's just no way that they're just going to let them go belly up. They're too, it's a too big to fail kind of situation. Stuart says, so who pays us if the hedge funds are short? So ultimately, Stuart, your broker always pays you. It's always your broker that pays you, and somebody is going to be on the receiving end of having to buy shares to return them. So, but the main answer to your question, and it's a really weird way to think about it, but it's a deal between you and your broker, and that's it. That's the only person that you need to consider in regards to your ownership of your shares, is you and your broker, because they're the ones who have to pay you for your position. Somewhere ultimately down the line, somebody else is making other deals that are happening, but your broker is responsible for paying you. And so when it comes time for payment, this is why it's so important for you to understand that who you hold your money with is more important than anything you could possibly imagine, because that's going to be who has to ultimately pay you off. And if you're with a broker who's shady, who has gone backdoor and done deals in the past that have not been good deals, and they've gone bankrupt, and they could not pay the holders of their positions that they've made their deals with, you, the clientele, then you're effed. You're effed. So be very careful about who you're holding as a broker, because that ultimately is who has to pay you off. Nobody else owes you money other than your broker. That's it. It's you and your broker. So make sure that you're completely satisfied with who your broker is, because if you're not and they get screwed, you get screwed too. Remember that. Really, really, really important information to remember. Ultimately, it's your broker. Gary says, so if your banker goes bankrupt, then you only get 250,000. That's what they're insured for, correct? Yeah, kind of, sorta. Yeah, Stevie, every morning, 15 minutes before market open, well, I try to do it 15 minutes before market opens. Sometimes I give it a little bit earlier, but I usually repeat it about 15 minutes before market opens. I give a price prediction for the day. I'm not right all the time, so don't, it's not meant as financial advice or anything. It's just me and me and three other apes who are trying to guess the best we can just to stay sharp on price movements, on what the end of the day price is going to be. So, uh, please, by no means take that as any kind of financial advice whatsoever. I can't even tell you how many times I've been wrong in the past, and is not meant in any way to be financial advice for me or for any of the other people who are doing the price predictions from me or any of those. Why would the brokers keep lending out shares if they knew there was a systemic risk? Because they want to make money on the front side. They don't bank on squeeze plays. Brokers are different than bank FDIC. Yeah, that's why I said kind of sort of. The 250,000 is the bank thing, the FDIC insurance. But your shares are insured though. SIPC, I think is what it stands for. Let me just pull it up. Sometimes I get the acronyms backwards. SIPC, Securities Investor Protection Corporation. I did get it right. SIPC insurance. So if you're curious about what SIPC protects and all that kind of stuff, I just pulled up just a quick website here for you, and you guys can go check this out. If you're curious about what kind of protections you're going to have in regards to your securities that you hold with your broker, you can go check that out. I haven't looked over the website here, but it is it's sipc.org. So I can't imagine a better place for going to looking it up to see what it is that you're protected by. But yeah, I cannot stress enough to you guys, who you choose to do your business with is likely going to determine the outcome for you specifically and how this all plays out. So the better the reputation of the broker that you're with, the more likely it is that you're going to have a better outcome. I'm wrong sometimes, Glenn. Gabriel, welcome. Uh, Welcome to the welcome to this game. Welcome to this rig stock market. So to answer your question, no, I don't think that if 20 million of us, or sorry, not 20, if all of us were buying 20 shares right now, 20 times a million, I don't think that would, I don't necessarily believe that that would necessarily cause price movement upwards. A lot of our additional volume that goes through the marketplace is traded off exchange and doesn't directly increase price. Now, the interesting thing about this, and you can hear this through things that like Gary Gensler will say, things like when you hear them say things like uh, payment for order flow is supposed to help. Um, oh gosh, I just lost it. Payment for order flow is supposed to help you as an investor to be able to get best price execution. There we go. I got it. It came back to me. Uh, you hear Gary Gensler say this kind of stuff all the time. Well, think about this for just a second. What is best price execution? From Gary Gensler's mindset, you can tell what he's trying to say is that by getting the lowest price possible, you're going to benefit. You're going to benefit from getting the lowest price possible through your payment for order flow, which is where all of our most of everybody's trades are going through, right? And so we're not really necessarily impacting price upwards. There's an incentive to drive price down when there's a lot of buying going on because they can actually get best price lower and make money off the trades, right? So it's not necessarily the case. Now, the volume does help. You do want to see good, healthy amounts of volume, and volume does definitely help as far as helping to see price improvement. But if it never actually goes through a lit market, then it's not actually helping to specifically improve price. So just remember that whenever you hear Gary Gensler say payment for order flow and best execution, he's talking about it from the institution standpoint. Even though he's saying it helps us out, all it helps us out do is get a lower price for our order. But who does that really help out? And the answer is it helps out institutions and market makers to make extra money off of your position because they can actually get the trade to go through at a lower price. So it's not really helping out somebody who wants to see a stock price move upwards. Yeah, good old Gazer Beam Gary. Thank you for that title, Mike. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. Yeah, you gotta love that. I love how they mince the words. Like best execution. It's like, oh, that's good for you. You're gonna get a better price for your share. And it's like, am I getting the better price, or am I getting what the broker told me I'm getting, which it is what it is, and the broker's going out and buying it for less so that they can make the difference between what they reported to you as a purchase price, right? So you got told, oh, you bought it for $4.03, but the broker actually bought the share for $4, and they make the 3 cents, or maybe they don't. Maybe the market maker makes it. Who knows? Somebody's making it. Yes. Meep says that will be applicable if you want to invest. That will be applicable if you want to invest, but what you just said will help if you are trading. Exactly. Exactly, Meep. If you want to see a company grow, it's not necessarily going to help. It's only going to help you to drive down the price lower. It's incentivizing companies to draw the price down so they can make more money. And I know where this thought process is going to go. A lot of people take this thought process and say, like, well, does that mean that more buying pressure means more price reduction in overall cost of or value of the shares? And the answer is no to that too. You can't remove volume and expect to see a positive momentum in price movement. So it's kind of a catch-22 because you're sitting there going like, well, if that's the case, then we all should just stop buying. And it's like, no, that's not really going to help either. That's not the right answer because we had an individual in the community who went there and told us that was the solution. But I'm here to tell you that that's not going to help. Anybody who's trying to bankrupt a company would love to see buying volume disappear. They would absolutely love to see that disappear. So be careful when you go down that. It's a deep, dark kind of path when you start thinking in terms of absolutes like that. When you say like, oh, buying pressure causes price to move down due to best execution, then stop buying. No, it's more dynamic than that. It's much more dynamic. James, I don't think the judge has already been displayed an urgency of getting this taken care of sooner than later by getting us in by June 29th and 30th, which was the earliest dates that she could do. So I would suggest that she recognizes the urgency on this, and I do not think she's going to take a full 90 days to get the judgment out on this. In fact, I think it's going to be much, much sooner than that. Yeah, Boomstick said, or when you buy it comes in at 4027 instead of 403, so the order comes. Yeah, neutral orders is definitely a thing too, as well. Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't really think of it in terms of wiping it out, turtle. Um, there are things you can do to protect yourself, and I don't want to say what they are because that would be me telling you what to do, and I don't believe in doing that. But I'm sure you can think outside the box and think of a way that you could protect your assets that you have with AMC through a reverse split and conversion. And like I could list off something. I'd rather you list something off and be like, would this help? This help me? And I could give you maybe like an answer. But I mean, apes, a little less than half the price of AMC right now. Just saying. Then why is she hearing from individuals? Because she has to. It's due process. Jason says, when does or did. I would imagine it's after the 30th, Jason. Just remember, guys, whenever you're trading something, that when you sell, you are accepting the losses, right? And when you sell, you're relieving somebody of a position that they may be holding against you. So just remember that. That's really really key and important to remember in this entire process. See, we got Ape at 181, up 0.56%, and AMC's at 4055, which is up 0.62%. For the most part, though, we're just pretty much primarily barcoding as of right now. Son of a gun. I forgot to go to the back of the Big Tramp. I'll go back to the back of the Big Tramp after I get done with the 10 o'clock numbers. And anybody who wants to join me back there is more than welcome to. No, unfortunately, they can't, James. They can't just close out their shorts immediately. The problem here, James, is that there's been a lot of rehypothecation that's gone on, right? The borrowing and the borrowing of the borrowing of the borrowing of the borrowing, and this stock is so heavily overshorted that in order for them to be able to close out their positions completely, they would have to undo that entire shorting process. There's so many positions open that are out there, and I think we've done a really good job of displaying that, especially Adam Aaron, showing that the entire float's owned, and so he's done a really good job of being able to show us. And I know people will be like, wait, he didn't say that. He's done a really good job of doing the best that he possibly could to show us that we own the entire float. And so when you understand that there's actually more shares in existence because it's been rehypothecated so many times, then that's when you start to realize that they have to undo. So there's only a reported amount of short interest right now, but there's a lot of positions that are still open that are above and beyond what's showing currently that have to be resolved for. And the problem is that they can't just close out those positions and walk away from this uh, scot clean and free without closing out those positions as well, right? So they're stuck. They're absolutely stuck until they can get rid of all that excess inventory that they've got that they've borrowed. There's just no way for them to do it. And even when Adam Aaron dilutes with selling shares into the marketplace, that's still not going to be enough shares. At the very minimum, we calculated out these numbers back in I guess it was, I want to say it was like just around like June or July of 2021, I think it was, with the Say Technology votes, and the very bare minimum amount of outstanding shares that you could have had based off of those numbers was about 2.37 billion outstanding shares. That's the bare minimum. Like if you took the worst possible case, if you assumed that everybody who held shares who had actually been accounted for was the toppest tier possible of owners of AMC shares at the time, then the minimum that could have been outstanding was 2.37 billion shares. That included institutional ownership and insiders. And so, and that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago, and everybody's still been buying into this for a really long time. When Ape was created, another really good clue that tells you that there's more shares in existence than they're supposed to be. Another really good clue to that is that not everybody received their Ape shares on time. Everybody should have been able to very instantly get their shares if there was this plethora of shares available out there, but they didn't. Not everybody got their Ape shares. In fact, there were some people that never even got them. And so that's another great indication. Plus, it shows you too when you see that institutions own. Well, let's see, what are we at for percentage right now? When you look at the percentage owned by institutions of AMC, it's at 26.81% right now. Well, let's just assume, I know it was higher than this at the time when Ape was created. Institutions should have also gotten those shares as well, but they didn't. You know why? We had 100% utilization. When you have 100% utilization, that means those shares are loaned out. If those shares are loaned out, the dividend or the extra shares or the Ape shares are going to the people that they loan those shares out to. And so when you when you go into Fintel and you look and see it, Ape isn't owned hardly any by institutions whatsoever. Well, it is now because of Antera, but when you see that there's not a whole lot of shares that were owned by institutions when we looked at this months back ago before Antera got involved, it was like 1%, 1% ownership. How in the world could you have 1% ownership by institutions when retail should have only been able to hold about 70% of the shares since institutions held 30%? It's not possible. It's not possible unless there's more shares being traded in existence than what it is that we're supposed to have, and that's how. It's the only way. And there's lots and lots of these shares that are out there, and you have to account for those shares. Somebody who's short these positions has to account for those positions. They can't just close out their short interest and say, hands washed, I'm all done, I'm clear and free. Nope, they still have other positions that are still open that they have to worry about. And they have to close those positions out. Otherwise, they're still tied to the stock, and they still have to worry about the price movement. And that means that they still have to continue to open up more shorting positions to keep the price down. Why? Because they're stuck in a situation where people aren't leaving and giving them shares. And if people aren't leaving and giving them shares, they can't close their positions. There's so many positions open. It's insane. So they have to keep shorting until they bankrupt the company. Turtle says, but man, the gatekeepers of closing those positions are on a long, long break. I know they are, Turtle, but I also know that it's hurting these guys to continue on this process, and it's hurting them really, really bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing prices like this just stagnating like this day after day after day, and the market doing these like really weird things with price movement. And I'm not sure if you've been listening to what's been happening in the market, but there's people out there who had positions on silver that aren't even getting paid for their derivatives that they opened up, and because somebody just doesn't have the money to pay them. I'm not sure if you've heard about that at all, but there's some crazy stuff happening in the marketplace right now. The money's just kind of like everybody's looking around, going like, where's the money coming from? I don't know. I don't have the money, and so they're shuffling. They're just trying to stay alive right now. They're feeling the pressure, and they're going to feel some more. And we've seen bank failures. Why did bank failures start happening? Why did they start suddenly seeing a problem with liquidity? What happened? Why did that suddenly happen? Did you see that a lot of apes got a 3-day reach and post reduction on Twitter? No, I did not. I haven't honestly really been on Twitter much for the day to day, so that's news to me. But when I go on break, I'll check it out and see though. Uh, no, AMC is not the bad guy right now. And no, they're not going bankrupt. In fact, this next earnings report, they're going to report a positive earnings per share. So, not even close to going bankrupt. And no, nobody's going to be buying out AMC. I keep hearing this, and I really it kind of makes me wonder sometimes like why anybody would even suggest that somebody's going to come and buy AMC. Out of curiosity, how many people, preferably, if you think that AMC can be purchased, how much do you think AMC is worth? First off, I mean, we can just tell by market value looking at it right now. We already know approximately, right? Not exactly, but about what did we say? 3.72 or something like $3.79 billion in just market cap alone. Meaning that if they wanted to come in and just offer us exactly what the price is right now for AMC, it would cost them just that much alone. But that's not counting the billions and billions of dollars that AMC is worth in both the assets that they hold and the properties. We're talking serious, serious money. And while I know there are companies out there that probably could afford it, there is nothing better than buying a company on bankruptcy than it is than buying a company when it's not in bankruptcy. So the idea that somebody's going to come in here and buy AMC is not it's not a possibility, guys. I mean, if you're thinking that, I hate to burst your bubble, but that's not going to happen. If anything, AMC is going to be buying other people, not the other way around. But and the problem here, I think, is that a lot of people tend to think that they don't really realize the size of AMC. And if you when you go and you look at the rest of the market in movie theaters, and you see that AMC is bigger than the top three other contenders, it really kind of puts you into this perspective of like, holy crap, AMC is a much bigger company than I actually realized. I had no idea it was that big. So you really have to kind of put things into perspective when it comes to the idea. You can't just willy-nilly throw the idea around that somebody's going to come in and buy AMC because I don't know, I can't imagine that's going to be the case. So it's too valuable right now. Too valuable. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. We're going to take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on for price and number movement, all that kind of good stuff. Let's see what we got going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't be able to comment on it. Let's see here. Starting with me moving some pages around. Why is this not moving? There we go. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Right now, we've got 56.47% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.46. The combined total 63.93%. That's 3.93% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.18 with a 30-day average of 3.23. It's kind of low. On APE, off exchange is 61.37 and EDGX is 3.55. The combined total 64.92 or 4.92% higher than I would expect. The CHX volume is 0. GME CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.33. On Ortex, borrowed change amount an hour ago was 371,000 shares having been returned. It's now 333,000 shares having been returned, so it's definitely been a little bit of borrowing going on here. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float, though. It's just sitting at 23.97%. Cost to borrow mins 8.26, which tells me that they're definitely borrowing and returning shares within the same day. Cost to borrow average is 350 or 375.59%, and max is 574.07. Shares on loan for the day today is down day over day by 1.2 million shares. Ortex estimated that 415,000 shares in short interest were closed out yesterday, bringing our share on loan count to 200.1 million shares. Taking a look at APE. As of an hour ago, there was 269,000 shares having been returned. That's still the same value, leaving that short share interest of the free float at 4.88%. No borrows for the day today, so no cost to borrow numbers are reported. The shares on loan increased day over day by 300. Man, that number I wrote down is funky looking. I think it's 320,000 shares, putting us at 14.69 million shares on loan. Nice. Let's see here. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 2.7 thousand contracts. There's now 5.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is also at a $4.50 strike. There was 3,000 contracts an hour ago. There's now 4.3. Those are in the money puts that are being purchased. Market suggesting a closing price around $4.50 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $5.84, which I feel like about a penny higher than what it was an hour ago. Again, more just sideways trading right now. Not really a whole lot to bat an eyelid at. Orders by Fidelity customers. I do not expect to see AMC, APE, or GME on this list due to low volume for the day today. And they are not. SSR trigger price is at $3.63, APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow. They did borrow that remaining 100,000 shares at a 274.1% fee. At least that's what it was being reported at. So we're down to 0 available shares once again to borrow. 300,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. And let's see here. NASDAQ is up 0.43, Dow Jones is up 0.3, S&P 500 is up 0.37. We have 3,913 advancers to 2,299 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. However, or not more, not however. This is actually an and not only that, but it's improved in the last hour because it was like 2,700 decliners an hour ago. So it's improved by quite a bit. So definitely more upwards momentum showing right now in the overall markets. Taking a look at some of the banks here, we've got FRCB is up 18.97, PacWest is up 4.79. Other big movers, we got Coinbase up 4.995% ish, 5% ish. It's a word. Damn it, it's a word. Let's see here. Ethereum Classic is down right now 0.37. It's getting a little bit of consolidation here on this right around that 18.5 value. So we're getting a little bit, it might be a little bit of a pennant here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This might be a pennant that may have a continuation break to the top here within the next 24 hours. Looking at DXY, it's down 0.12. Oil is up 2.55. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.29. And SPY is up 0.32. VIX is currently showing down 3.65 and still trending down. Everything is green except for Cinemark right now. VBR is up 1.16. VB is up 0.99. Tesla is up 0.988. Amazon is up 0.38. Cinemark is down 0.06. Doge is up. Oh, I take that back. Cinemark broke even. Doge is up 0.53. Bitcoin is up 1.18. GME is up 1.13. HYMC is up 0.16. NCMI is up 4.24. Hood is up 0.3. Ape is up 0.08. And AMC is up 0.37. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. 2, 3, almost $400,000 more inflow than outflow. Not quite. It's more closer to 3, I think. 4.02 million shares traded so far for the day today. After how many minutes, Casey? 90, 112, 102 minutes, right? Yep, no, 112. 112, 113 minutes. We are on pace for 13.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market. It's definitely a low volume day today. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.85, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.22, which is below average. No, slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.34, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, but the trend, or sorry, I take that back. More selling pressure than buying pressure, and the vortex indicator shows more selling pressure starting to cross over here with more strength, and RSI at 48.12, which is average. On Ape, we have approximately 600, just a little over $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.9 million shares traded so far after 114 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million. It is a low volume day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure, and what appears to be a divergence that wants to occur within the next 4 hours. RSI at 52.01, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.39, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a divergence in more selling pressure than buying pressure currently occurring, and RSI is at 48.64, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.53, which is slightly below average. Oh, and a divergence starting to occur on the with more buying pressure. It just showed up. But yeah, barcoding, guys. I mean, there's not a whole lot I can. It's not exciting, obviously, when you've got barcoding going on. Nothing I can do about that. I do want to pull up something really quick here and just kind of read something off to you guys. We had durable goods reporting. Previous amount was 1.2. They expected a median forecast of negative 0.9. And durable good orders was up 1.7%. Let me pull up the article on this. U.S. Durable goods orders climb for a third month in a row, but manufacturing slump may not be over. So weird. Oh man, why is it doing this? This page always gives me problems. Give me 1 second here. I got to try and fix this. Come on. Doesn't want to move. Copy, paste. Copy pasta. Give me 1 second. The number of orders for manufactured U.S. goods jumped 1.7 in May and rose for the third month in a row, boosted by strong demand for passenger planes and new autos. Economists polled by Wall Street Journal had forecasts of 0.9 decline. Durable goods are items meant to last a long time. Orders rose a more modest 0.6% if transportation is excluded. The government said Tuesday the transportation segment is a large, volatile category that often exaggerates the ups and downs in industrial production. The big picture here is that the industrial side of the economy is just muddling along. Higher interest rates have dampened demand for expensive manufactured goods, and consumers have shifted more of their spending to services such as travel. The trend is unlikely to change soon. The Federal Reserve might also raise interest rates again, giving manufacturers little reason to hire more or boost production. Taking a look at new home sales are up. Previously, it was reported at 680,000 new homes. They were expecting it to drop to 675, but it went up to 763,000. Question is are they buying them? Let's see here. Let me see. Let me read this report to you guys. Mm, 23rd. It doesn't work. Let's see here. U.S. home sales advanced in May to the fastest pace in over a year, bolstered by limited inventory in the resale market. A lot of people are not wanting to sell their homes right now with interest rates so high they don't want to get out of their current home loan, as that interest rate is such a great rate compared to what it's at right now. So you're going to see a lot of people not wanting to sell homes, and newer homes are going to pick up faster. Purchases of new single-family homes increased 12.2% to an annualized 763,000 pace last month. Government data showed Tuesday. The figure marked a third straight monthly advance and beat all but one estimate in a Bloomberg survey of economists. While the new home make up a much smaller share of overall housing stock than older construction, owners' reluctance to list their homes in a high interest rate environment has altered the makeup of home purchases. Builders are rushing to create more inventory to satisfy percent up demand, driving a surge of groundbreaking and helping new home sales reach levels above those seen before the pandemic. The number of homes sold in May and awaited the start of construction, a measure of backlogs, rose for a third month to the highest since January 2022. Inventory levels: there were 428,000 homes for sale as the end of last month, roughly in line with prior readings this year. That represents 6.7 months supply at the current sales rate, the lowest since February 2022. So they've got a lot of new homes. Let's see, let me read that again. There are 428,000 homes for sale as the end of this month, roughly in line with prior readings this year. That represents 6.7 months of supply at the current sales rate, the lowest since February 2022. So the sales rate of those homes is not increasing any at all. So high mortgage rates remain a key affordability concern, though there are indications that the housing sector has not only bottomed but could also begin contributing to economic growth. And I don't think they mean positively. The median sales price of a new home was down 7.6% from a year earlier to 416,300. That marked a second straight month of annual declines. And let's see what else. I think I got one more thing to read off to you guys. Consumer confidence is up. Previously, it was 102.5. Median forecast was expecting it to go up, but not nearly as much as it did, which went to 109.7. So let's read the story on that. This doesn't really seem to be combating inflation. I'm just saying, this doesn't look like this doesn't look like how you get rid of inflation here to me. Consumer confidence index rises to 109.7 in June from 102.5. The numbers are saying that a survey of U.S. consumer confidence jumped to a 17-month high of 109.7 in June, reflecting a slowdown in inflation and fewer worries about a recession. The closely followed index increased 7.2% or 7.2 points from a revised 102.5 in May. The conference board said Tuesday the May reading was the lowest in 6 months. Consumer confidence tends to signal whether the economy is getting better or worse. The index is still well below the levels associated with a healthy economy, however. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had forecast the index to register 104. A measure that looks at how consumers feel about the economy right now rose to 155.3 in June from 148.9. That's the highest level in almost 2 years. A confidence gauge that looks ahead 6 months moved up to 79.3 in June from 71.5, the highest reading this year. The Future Expectations Index was still below the 80 mark, which that often signals a recession ahead. The board has said the index has been below that level in every month except for one in the last 16 months. Americans think inflation will continue to slow. They see prices rising 6% in the next year, the lowest reading since the end of. Man, what happens? Let's brainstorm here for a minute. What happens when you have a buying? I'm going to pull up an image here. What happens when you have consumer strength in a situation where it's costing those consumers more and more money exponentially to continue to buy? What is that? What happens? Let me pull up something real quick here. Yep, just like I thought. Percent of balance 90 plus days delinquent. Credit cards. Boom. Q4 to 2023 Q1 rose from 7.2 to 8.2%. That was on credit cards. Other went from 7.2 to 7.7. We have a bit of a jump up on auto loans. 90 days from being delinquent, jumping from 3.7 to 3.9. Credit default. What you see happening right now is that you see that people are starting to live way more heavily on credit than they ever have before. All right. LMAO, I don't think anybody should be giving anybody advice on when they should be buying or not. That's entirely up to you. It's your money, it's your choice. That's one of the most beautiful things about a free market like this is that you get to be empowered to make decisions. And the best thing that you can do is not take advice from people on the internet and do your own research and due diligence and try to figure out to your best ability what you think is appropriate for you. Because ultimately, the only person that you have to answer for on your gains or your losses is you. Nobody else has the right to take that ownership away from you. Now, I know you're asking for an opinion, but I'm not going to give it because I'm not licensed to give it. No, I don't know that there's very many people in here that might be. So, opinions are like buttholes, man. We all got them. You know what I mean? Like, your opinion's just as good as mine. They're tough choices. They really are. They're tough choices in life. Let's see here. It's 10:27. I said I was going to go back to the back of the big tramp here. Uh, Dr. Zena says I'm licensed to F people's heads. That's scary, man. Just saying. All right, I'm gonna go to the back of the big tramp. If anybody wants to join me back there, you're more than welcome to. See, I got it opened up right now. And it'll be open for like the next hour or so. I'm a professional says not everyone has a butthole though. Yeah, well, you know what I mean. I hear somebody.
Good morning, Casey.
Who is this? This is Foo. Foo, how you doing, man?
Pretty dang good. How about yourself?
Not bad. Do you want to clear the air about what you said specifically about your talk with Yucca the other day after you got done drinking its adventurous ape?
I just said that the adventurous ape did its job.
There you go. There it is. Your own words. That way I'm
My
not
own word.
putting things in your mouth. I don't want to do that. It's not my
No.
intentions. Yeah.
What was Glenn? See, I'm one of the quiet dogs. No, I just want to give Tom D a shout out for streaming the live on Discord.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Tom. More than you know. My mom appreciates it more than I do, but I really do appreciate it.
It's freaking awesome.
Yeah. Breaking the law, breaking the law.
Yeah. They're gonna come catch her and make her donate organs.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a possibility. No, they got plenty of organs from COVID.
Yeah,
they're all full up right now.
Gosh.
And their jail cells are empty, so they got plenty of room.
Yeah. What are the Uyghurs? Yeah, all the there's no more Uyghurs. They're We took all their organs. Have a nice day. That's disgusting.
I heard some crazy stories, but I'm not allowed to repeat them.
Mm-hmm.
Some pretty bad stuff. I mean, stuff that makes you just kind of go like, that's really gross. I hope it's not true. I really hope it's just stories.
Man, I've seen they paint rocks green just to make it look like the countryside is green.
I
I've
hadn't heard
actually
that.
seen the crews out there. They just spray rocks. They put rocks on rebar and plant them in the ground and then spray them green, so it looks like there's plants and you know, I can't remember the song. What if fields of grain and whatever? I mean, it's just unbelievable.
I got Jason saying check my DMs. Or I'm assuming he's talking about. Yes. Yeah, in the Discord, Jason, we've got a list of the speakers that are set up there.
Did you see Yucca's song? He wants you to play his song.
I did not. Where is that at? Is that under music suggestions?
I believe so. Let me. Maybe it was in general.
I see Buzzman's song request, and then under. Man, I got hiccups. Under general.
It might be under general. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, that's not the appropriate place to put it.
I told him you're not going to play it, but at least we could try.
Well, I've got a challenge for tomorrow. For those of you who like Tool, you're gonna like tomorrow's song for sure. But the problem is that one of the reasons why I don't play Tool songs is because they're always like 1,800 minutes long. So
Yeah.
I have to figure out I'm gonna try and look for like a radio version length of the song to see if I can't find that. But I don't know. We'll see.
I can't remember that one song. It's like, I was going to buy some more AMC, but then I got high. What's that song?
And then I got high.
Yeah, and then I got high, and then I got high. Oh, that's a funny song.
Einstein says I chose a 12-minute song. He did. He chose if the song just goes on forever tomorrow, that means that I did not find a shorter version of it. So you guys might get a 12-minute intro tomorrow. The good news is that you won't have to hear me do a nice long rant about whatever it is that I wanted to rant for the day. Ram Taco, good to see you, buddy. I won't be able to rant because the song will take up the rant time. So no rants for tomorrow. Einstein getting his birthday wish. Everybody, I let the cat out of the bag. It's Einstein's birthday tomorrow. It's gonna be a 12. It's gonna be a 12-minute song that does the ranting for me. Oh man. I'm gonna try and find a shorter version of it though, if I can. I feel like usually there's a radio version. There's gotta be.
That's what I was just about to say. If it's been on the radio, then they probably have a shorter version.
Let me see here. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look right now, just because it's on my mind. It's fresh on my mind. It's called Pneumonia, I think. Is that how you spell pneumonia?
Pneumonia or ammonia?
It's Pneuma. Isn't that is that pneumonia?
Yeah,
I don't know what that is. It
that's
looks
pneumonia.
it looks
Yeah.
like pneumonia, but it's a weird. It's such a weird word. Um, see what I get here.
Now I'm wondering if pneumonia is a word.
Pneumonia.
You always get us throwing up rules. You know, like a mnemonic device. It starts with MN, but I wonder if.
Oh crap. All right, so I found one that's like 5 minutes and 15 seconds long, but I'm gonna have to listen to the 5 minutes and 15 seconds to see if it's like, just make sure they didn't like chop it up really poorly. But it does say short version. It says karaoke. It says karaoke HD, which means that maybe the instrumental portion of it's just simply cut out. I found a
Oh,
karaoke version.
We could get Pam to sing it for us.
Oh yeah, we should do that.
Pneumonia is a word. Mnemonia. It means death by memory loss. But of course, YouTube says that it's misspelled.
This is Numa. Pneuma.
Yeah.
Pneuma.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not pneumonia. Pneuma. And what did you say the definition for it is?
Death by memory loss.
Death by memory loss.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I typed it in the chat. Because people use mnemonic devices to help them remember things. That's how I did a lot of schooling. You just switch things around to.
Turtle says it's
like
pronounced
hard
Numa.
words to remember.
Numa?
Yeah, pneumonia. Pneuma means something to do with your lungs.
It's not Pneuma?
Pneuma? No.
It's not Pneuma. I like
I
Pneuma
think
better.
Pneuma, isn't that a city in Oregon or something?
Pneuma?
No,
I don't know. It might be. It's pneumonia. We're just gonna call it from pneumonia from now on. It's the new spelling. Pneuma.
oh, Dr. Zeno dropping the knowledge.
It's an
I
ancient
guess
Greek, has the connotation of wind, spirit, or breath. DJ said lungs or something like that.
soul. Okay. Ipanema. Okay, pirate knew what it was. Ipanema, not Numa. In Oregon.
I like pneumonia. It sounds way way better. Like, oh, it's that Tool song, Pneumonia. Or he's like, what? Nah, I didn't even see anybody like key in on it. Let me scroll back up and let me see if anybody even said anything. Did anybody even laugh? I don't think anybody even laughed. Oh,
Pneumonia.
Rem Taco did. It looked like maybe Rem Taco might have laughed. It's pneumonia.
Oh, I guess there's a Pomona, Washington, too. See, I knew there was something up there. Ipanema.
Empanada. Dynamite says empanada.
Empanada, reposada. Yeah, all that stuff. Reposado, that's what you put in your ape, right? Adventurous ape.
Yeah, I feel like I'm saying it wrong every time I say it though.
Reposado.
Isn't it? Is it Resposado or Reposado? Reposado. I think it's
Rep.
Reposado.
Yeah, it's rep.
For some reason, I keep wanting to put an S in front of the P. Resposado or I don't know. I make shit up. I just say whatever the hell it spurts out, and it's just like, yeah, that's it. Pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
Einstein saying the karaoke version will be horrible. I think he's begging me to play the long version. I will make a birthday exception only because Einstein has been doing the price predictions and been so diligent about coming in every single morning and making sure that he puts in those price predictions, and I appreciate that very, very much. I want him to know that. So don't you worry, Einstein. I'm not going to kill your birthday song. I won't do that to you. Sam says both are correct.
Yeah.
Pneumonia, penema, pinata, pinata, poopalata.
Pina colada, I guess. I never was a Tool fan, I guess. That's weird.
Is it the name of the like what specifically about the song don't or the band do you not like?
I wonder if it came out when I wasn't in the country, so it might have been something like that. And so when I just got back into whatever, because I might have been out and about for a while, and when I came back, I just didn't know about them or something. I don't know. You never know.
Was that like in the early 90s?
Early '90s, yeah,
Okay.
must have been.
Because I actually got my first Tool album was probably the one that most people know them from, which I can't remember the name of it, but that was the first album that I ever owned, and they changed how I viewed music, or what I knew music to be, entirely from that album, and I went from a very um, very when you make music, it's like a production, right? You have your it's like a play. You have your intro, you have your beginning dialogue, I don't know what the terms are that they use for plays or whatever, but you have like the beginning, the middle, and the end portion of the play, and there's some kind of crescendo or something at the after the middle portion of it or whatever. It's got like in music, it's got the same kind of setup, right? Where you have like your intro, you have your first phrase, which is really the phrase that kind of catches people and is usually within the first 30 seconds,
Yeah.
and then you have like then you move very quickly into your first chorus, where you're trying to hook somebody in on something that you're going to repeat later on down the road. It's something that people will always remember. And then you move into another verse and you kind of tell a little bit more of a story, and then you go back into another chorus, and then usually from the chorus you move into what's known as a bridge, right? And sometimes during bridges you can have key changes, not always, but that's usually where the key change usually occurs, and it gets more intense during the song. That's the same thing in a play where it's that crescendo kind of part
Yep.
where like it's really exciting and crazy, and it's like you get the chills on your arms and everything. You're like, oh my gosh, it's the twist, it's the thing that sucks you in and draws you back into the song, and then it finishes it out with that last verse and maybe a chorus on the end or not. Who knows? Usually it does end with a chorus or something, but. And then the outro, right? You got your solo in the bridge and all that kind of good stuff. All that stuff happens, and it's a production, right? But when you listen to Tool, they decided to destroy. I say destroy. They decided to go against the grain of making music, at least for the album that the first album that I picked up, Perfect Circle. Thank you. And and it really, actually, I don't think it was a Perfect Circle. It was the one with the picture of the lungs on it. What was that one called? Uh,
Pneumonia.
Well, I see a trend here. Undertow. Undertow was my first one. Undertow was the name of the first one that I had, and they just destroyed it. They destroyed, like, they had these intros that were like super long, right? Like nobody's gonna stick around on a radio station to listen to like a 5 minute intro. And then some of it, there were portions of the songs that met the requirements or that were needed for what you might see for a standard song, but in general, it was just not what you were used to seeing. And I loved that. I loved the idea that they would go in and just destroy the industry standards for music. And it was just so cool. I was like, I like it. It's neat. It's different. It was, and I guess back in those days, I was in my teens, and it was the teen angst was hitting hard, and so you wanted to buck the man, and you wanted something different, and that's what we got. That's what they gave us. They gave us something that was different and was not. It was Contra, right?
Good.
And
Yeah. Rebel.
Yeah, very contrarian, and I liked it. And I think that's why a lot of people do like it. But
It's not the usual comfort zone of the song prescription
right,
that you were just talking about the whole way. You know, just kind of like that's why I stopped reading fiction books, because the everything is so prescribed now that it just seems like the same. Within the first two chapters, I already know how the ending's going to be. I'm just like, all right, I'm done. Can't
same
read it anymore.
same story every time, right? It has just different characters, or maybe the plot theme is slightly different or something, right? It's Harry Potter meets Superman, or who knows what it is, right? It's just different
Yeah,
characters, different themes, but the story pacing takes you on the same pace. And
yeah.
you know what I loved growing up as a kid? What kind of books I loved to read?
I don't.
Choose your own adventure.
Okay,
You know
yeah,
why I love that? Because it took the story whatever direction you wanted it to go, right? It gave you choices along the way, and said, "This is even though the structure may have been the same, you got to choose your adventure through the book." I thought those were so much fun. I love those. I couldn't get enough of those books. I hated reading it
yeah.
growing up, but I could sit there and read those choose your. I have this collection of choose your own books that are just it's pretty massive. Love those
You know,
books.
some video games were doing that for a while. They would have you get close to the end of the video game, and you could make two different choices and what you could do at the end. Excuse me, gosh, I got a cockroach in my throat. Cockroach? Oh, why did I say that?
Jason's saying Tool is a master of off timing in their songs. Again, another rule breaking thing that they do in their music. Instead of a 4/4 beat, it's 6/4 or 7/4 stuff. They're huge Rush fans, and that's a big that they did. I guess you can say progress hard rock is Tool, or progressive hard rock is Tool, and it's they broke all the rules, Jason. I mean, I think you could agree with me that they just went in there and they decided, like, we're not gonna conform to what people want normally for music. We're going to create, and we're going to do something different, and it took. You either like it or you don't. Sam says musical dysphoria. I wanted to share with you guys a new song. I stumbled upon this guy. He's considering his music lo-fi. I don't know if you've heard about this lo-fi stuff that's been going on. My son said that they're misusing the term, but I've heard about um, this genre of music that is quote unquote bad, but has this weird following of people who are starting to follow the music because it's different. It's a different way of doing music, and it's almost unpleasant to listen to sometimes, but for some reason or another, it can draw you in. And so this guy's referring to himself as lo-fi, and I think that's what that's in reference to. And so some of the notes harmonically are off. There's a lot of detuned things that just don't, or not even detuned, but mistuned parts that are being played together, and it forms a whole. And it's really funny because I could tell instantly. I was like, this guy has talent, but he's screwing up everything. And I'm like, it's so weird, but yet it's so um, catchy. It draws you in and makes you want to listen to more. And so I wanted to play that for you guys today, but I didn't get approval. Plus, I had a birthday or not a birthday wish song, but I didn't get the approval, and I didn't know that I had a birthday wish song, so I ended up playing something from the suggestion list today. But I wanted to play one of his songs called, I think it's called Just Hold, but I never got the approval from him yet, so we'll see.
Hmm.
Maybe eventually I can share it. Really kind of interesting. At first, the first thing you want to do is say, like, my God, turn this off. It's hurting my ears are bleeding. But if you stick with it just for a little bit, it really kind of grows on you. It's kind of interesting. Sam says soon we'll
Yep.
just be listening to static between the radio stations. That's the barcoding you're listening to.
That's how I fall asleep. White noise, just something going on in the background. It always gives me weird dreams. I don't like weird dreams. All right, I'll have to check out Tool then.
Pneumonia.
You have to ask your pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
You have to ask your kids if they ever watched Happy Tree Friends. It's a cartoon.
No, I'm pretty sure they didn't.
They'll probably give you a funny look if they did.
I watched everything they watched, so
Oh, okay.
I doubt it.
I thought I watched everything my kids watched too, and then my daughter was like, "All right, let's put on Happy Tree Friends," and they were already like in their teens. And I was like, "What is this? This is like a kids thing," and they're like, "Just watch." And it really surprised you because it's kind of like with the music thing where everything changes. It's like this cartoon of these sweet little animals, but then they get into a lot of problems, and then really bad things happen to them, and it's like, what the hell? And what reminded me of that is the intro music is just kind of like this off-key sounding song, and it's like, why did they choose that? And then when you watch one of the episodes, you'll be like, oh, that's why they chose it, because it's a very odd thing.
It reminds me of the worm thing that my kids were watching.
Oh,
I don't know what it's called. There's like a dung beetle and there's like two worms, and it reminds me of uh, son of a gun, Laurel and Hardy. It reminds me of like Laurel and Hardy, but with worms, and then they're always fighting over food or something. They like live in like the sewers of, I don't know, some city or something. Who knows? And it's kind of funny and entertaining to watch. And they don't talk; they just grunt and make eye contact, weird eye motions, and I'm not describing this at all well. It is not backyardigans. Hold on a second. I'm looking it up. It's called Larva.
larva.
Uh-huh. It's I could show you a they're really like short little skits, like little tiny things that they just kind of put together that are real short, funny things. Larva. Let's see. I can show you guys like a quick. Once you see them, maybe you'll know what it is. I don't know. I don't know why it's so funny, but it's like slapstick comedy, and the kids love
Okay.
this stuff, and the kids love this stuff because everybody's hitting themselves, and and it's just, I don't. It's pretty low quality humor in my opinion, and I found myself like watching it, feeling like I was becoming dumber because that's
Losing brain
yeah, I
cells
was
every
losing
minute.
brain
Yeah.
cells watching it, but at the same time um, I was intrigued and couldn't stop watching, and so but it is a little funny, but it's a lot of slapstick humor.
Well, sometimes that simple stuff is the best.
It's entertaining. I liked when my kids were growing up. I liked SpongeBob SquarePants. That was my weak sauce.
Yeah, they had brilliant writers and great voice acting. That's for sure. My kids made me watch that too.
Dr. Zena says, mission accomplished, hath tweeted dung beetle photo to Gensler. Did we ever send him a picture of good old Gazer Beam Gary? I wonder if we should, Dr. Zeno, you should send him a picture of his. Maybe I should send that to you and have you send that to him so you can take the blame for it. Hold on a second here. Let me put good old Gary Gazer Beam Gary back on the screen. Oh no, he didn't show up. Ooh, Bruno's angry.
Get him, Bruno.
Oh, hold on a second. Hunter's bringing in another dog. Give me a second here. Hold on a second. I gotta step away for just a second. I'll let you guys listen to
All
this though. The chaos.
Okay.
That's a cutie dog. Okay. Oh. Hey, don't fight, you guys. Bruno, you be nice. Bruno.
Bruno, you're gonna get the sunscreen again.
Bruno.
It puts the sunscreen on its skin. It does whenever it's told.
All right. You got that? All right. Hunter's dog sitting, so he brought a new dog over here. What's the dog's name?
Yeah.
Finley? Okay, Finley.
Finley. What kind of dog is it?
What kind of dog is he, Hunter? He doesn't know. I don't either. He's smallish with long, shaggy hair.
Oh, okay.
Have no idea what he is, though. Patriot says,
some expensive breed.
Patriot, or not Patriot, who said that? Who said that about Barney? Where the heck did that go? Patriot. Screw you, Patriot. I hate Barney, man. I refused to let my kids watch Barney growing up. I refused. I was like, I couldn't. There was two things I would not let my kids watch: Barney and Caillou, because that little kid was a whiny bitch. Such a whiny. I was like, I'm not gonna have my kids turn into some whiny bitch like that. So I was like, you can't watch that show.
God, my daughter watched both of those, and oh my God, I thought I was gonna go crazy with them. But one of the girls from Barney ended up being like singing. She sung that song in Frozen. What's her name? She sang "Let It Go."
Oh yeah, I don't know what her name is though. I know what you're talking about.
Barney.
She was in Barney?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yukon says Blue's Clues. Yes, I did let him watch Blue's Clues. I liked Blue's Clues. I prefer Steve over, I think it was Mike. I preferred the one that had hair when he got older. Actually, they may have both lost their hair. I don't know, but the guy that had the really dark hair and he was a little chunky. Joe. I think it was Joe's the one I liked. Joe and Steve. Yeah, I like Joe. Joe's the one I liked. I think he was the second one, not the first one. He was more fun to watch.
Demi Lovato was the girl that.
That's Demi Lovato that sings that?
Yeah.
Huh. I had no clue. Chad says, so is it true that utilization has dropped? I'm here at the right time for numbers. All right, Chad. Yes, enough with all the other talk. Utilization did drop to 91. Well, let me see. Let me pull it back up here. 91.14%. It is very true. And I gotta get through these numbers here because this medication is making me have to hit the restroom. So I'm gonna have to go here.
All right.
Rex, how's it going, man? Just say hi real quick. All right, he's listening. I'll see you later, Rex.
Gotta go. All right. Talk to you later, Casey.
All right, bye. Hunter, give me just a minute here. I'll go through the numbers and then I'll hang out with you for a second. All right, guys, let's do this. Let's do numbers. Chad, so patiently waiting for the numbers here. Let's check it out and see what we got going on. Chad, I'll cover the utilization real fast for you since you are talking about it. I did cover it earlier this morning, as soon as we saw it first thing in the morning. And let's see what we got going on here. Taking you guys to the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I will not be able to read it. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, we'd expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now on AMC, we've got 54. Well, let me refresh this one more time just to make sure that's right. All right, 54.29% going through off exchange. EDGX is 6.47%. We're about 60.76% right now going through those exchanges. That's 1.24% less than I would expect by this time of the day. And then we've got CHX volume for the day today is elevated already. We're at 5.84% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.29 and is nearing 300,000 shares. It's 289, almost 299 or 290,000 shares going through that exchange already. 300,000 is a lot of shares to go through there. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange for Ape right now is at 53.28%. And EDGX is at 4.8. The combined total, and that's 58.08%. That is 5.92% less than I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.03, but it's not very high volume right now. On GME, the CHX volume is 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.33, so nothing special happening there. Taking a look at Ortex, this is what you're talking about here, and I'll just briefly discuss it and bring this over to the other page so you can see it in just a second, but let's cover the other numbers for that utilization. Borrowed change an hour ago was approximately 333,000 shares. It's now 245, which means more shares have been borrowed. That's, however, is not enough shares to have changed the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 23.97%. Cost of borrow mins at 8.26, average is 378.91, and max is at 574.07. Total amount of shares borrowed yesterday, we had a return of about 1.2 million shares. Ortex estimated about 415,000 of that was in short interest that was returned. And shares on loan is now at 200.1 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 269,000 shares having been returned. It's now 370,000 shares. It's going to maybe slightly cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to drop a little bit to 4.87%. Still no borrowed shares on Ape for the day today. Shares on loan is at 14.69 million shares. Day over day, that's a 320,000 share increase on shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a they're buying in the money calls and puts again to try and prevent a gamma from occurring. We're seeing at both. This is shockingly high. Okay, interesting. Highest amount of volume right now on calls is still at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 5.5 thousand contracts. There's now 6.9. And on puts, highest amount of volume is now the in the money puts that have been purchased at a $7.50 strike. We were at 4.3 for the highest amount of volume at $4.50 strike earlier, and we have now 5.4 thousand contracts at 7.5. We've seen this happen several weeks now in a row And I really do believe this is to price out any kind of gamma ramp up in price whenever you see this happening. And you also know that somebody's going to be making some money on these positions, or at least getting some shares out of these. But yeah, it's kind of weird stuff. I'm just going to look at next week's volume. Okay, I just wanted to see if there's anything showing up for next week. So yeah, it's mainly just this week that they're doing that, putting up that wall at 7.5. Alrighty, let's take a look at combined price of AMC and APE. Well, actually, before I do that, I said I would show that utilization. So for those of you who are interested about that utilization decreasing day over day, there's our little drop down in utilization. Zooming in on this just a little bit, you can see back in the past here. Let's go back about this far. I think I could go a little bit further back. There we go. We had a little bit of a decrease in utilization before some of our previous run-ups, as you can see back here, back in December and January of the end of 2022 and the beginning of 2023. And then there was some kind of upwards momentum that occurred during that time when we saw utilization drop suddenly, or not drop, but had a little spike down in utilization. And now here you see utilization at 100% and dropping down to 91.14. This has occurred before in the past on, hello there, puppy. What was the name again? Finley. Finley came over to visit. Hey, Finley. Not responsive to the name. Okay. Utilization did drop down a little bit here as well, just prior to the June run up. You can see that utilization was running at 100% and then did drop down just prior to the run up there. And also utilization did drop as well before it was running 100% utilization and started doing some dropping movements before the run up in January as well. So it's not unusual or uncommon to see utilization drop before price runs. Really what that means is that they're trying to make shares available to be borrowed as price is moving up. That way they can borrow to short into price movement upwards. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $5.81. Let's see here. We've got really what kind of looks like a little bit of a triple bottom kind of occurring right here as of right now. Still waiting on a breakout of this descending parallel channel on the combined price of AMC and APE. Orders by Fidelity customers with AMC, APE, and GME having low quantities of volume. I do not expect to see us on this list, and we're not. SSR triggers at $3.63 for AMC, APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow is at 0. They did borrow the remaining shares earlier this morning at around 9:16 Eastern Standard Time. Fees were last seen at 274.1%. Let me write that down because I normally like to see what it was prior. 274.1. And NASDAQ is up 0.99, Dow Jones is up 0.41, and the S&P 500 is up 0.68. We have 3,962 advancers to 2,306 decliners. That's about where it was an hour ago. Might be just slightly more declining than it is advancing, but not much. Taking a look at banks, some of the biggest movers as of right now. We've got FRCB is up 23.85. PacWest is up 4.45. And Coinbase up 7.2. Everything else is less than plus or minus 2.75%. Ethereum Classic is down 1.31. US dollar is currently showing down 0.2. Oil is up 1.75. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.25 to 0.27, and SPY is up 0.65. VIX is down 4.14. Vanguard is up. Vanguard's VBR, one of the highest holding ETFs of AMC shares, is up 1.25. VB, the second largest, is 1.35. Tesla is up 1.48. Amazon is up 1.18. Cinemark up 0.28. Doge is up 0.29. Bitcoin is up 0.96. GME is up 0.61. HYMC down 2.77. NCMI is up 6.41, Hood is up 2.02, Ape is down 1.11, and AMC is up 0.31. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 6.28 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 161 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 15.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.79, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, it is indicating a crossover on the vortex indicator with more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 45.24, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator within the next 5 minutes, and an RSI at 56.12, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at APE, we have approximately $600,000 more outflow than inflow, 3.95 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's check out and see what, after 100 and, what am I saying, 162 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 9.5 million shares traded on APE by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.37, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.49, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.67, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.03, 39.24 just changed, which is below average. And with that, I'm going to forget the name again. What was the name? Finley. I just got to remember, like, Fenway. Fenway Park. I got to remember baseball. Finley, Fenway. It's close. I don't know how else I'll remember Finley. All right. With that, guys, those are the rest of the numbers. They do that all the time, per Julian. Those calls are out of the money. They're buying calls out of the money and puts that are in the money. Out of the money calls, in the money puts, and they're basically trying to prevent by altering. By doing so, what they end up doing is they end up altering implied volatility, which prevents anybody else from coming in and buying calls that they feel like they could potentially make money on a run up. So it basically it skews the numbers so that nobody can buy enough call contracts or make money off of call contracts that they would deem worth their money. Essentially, preventing a gamma ramp. Let's see here. I'm reading through. Okay. Yeah, out of the money calls, in the money puts. All right, I'm gonna take a break, and we'll see you guys back here at 12:10. Ram Taco says, let's buy in the money calls. So weirdly, what does that do? if you do buy in the money calls, it kind of incentivizes the market to try and push the price down, right? If somebody wants to get rid of their shares because they believe that the price is going to be moving down, then they would take the other side of that and try and get the shares sold at a lower price. So by buying in the money calls, you're helping to push the price down by suggesting that you think that the price is going to be moving down on the stock. I th- I think I've got that. I think I said that correctly. I'm not an options expert, but I don't think that's going to help anything. All right, let me pull up. Let me pull up. Trying to get the message put up here. Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Uh-oh. Bruno's being a bully. I better go supervise. Dad's got to get involved here. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Let me make sure I got this set up real quick here. All right, see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. It is time to take a look at the numbers. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And when you set that up, make sure that if your broker allows you to have a secondary device, to be able to put that in there in case something should happen to your primary. And then also please take pictures, video footage, screenshots, digital statements. Doesn't matter how you do it, of your portfolio, so that you have it for your own records and don't trust anybody else to hold on to that record for you. You never know when something's going to happen, mysteriously separating you from your documentation as to what you're supposed to be holding. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% combined between off exchange and EDGX. On AMC's off exchange, we get 50.87 and EDGX at 5.84. Combined totals 56.71. That is 6.29% less than it should be by this time of the day. Guess what? CHX volume is 11.88% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 3.4. That's 837,000 shares having gone through that exchange. Give me 1 second, guys. Bruno's acting up on me here. I'll be right back. He gets so animated. Just doesn't know how to chill sometimes. It's really annoying. Had to take care of him there for a second. Let's see here. I've told him he's got to stay in one spot. You got to sit down. The guy's, I mean, if my heart rate's too high, his heart rate's too high. I just took my blood pressure. My blood pressure is good, so, but I'm sure the way he's panting right now, he's got to be, guys, he needs to sit down and chill. The combined between off exchange and EDGX was 6.29% less than what I would expect to see. CHX volume is 11.88%, which is way high. It's 837,000 shares going through CHX. 30-day average is 3.4. So somebody's definitely returning shares right now, as many as they possibly can. Ape is, we got off exchange at 53.28. And EDGX is sitting at 4.8. The combined total, that's 58.08. That is 4.92% less than it should be. CHX volume is 0.04 with a 30-day average of 0.03. Nothing unusual going on there. GME CHX volume is 4.81 with a 30-day average of 0.36. It's at 42,000 shares. GME shares are being returned as well currently. Taking a look at Ortex. Let's see here. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 245,000 shares having been returned for the day on AMC. That is now 1.05 million shares. And that's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 23.91%. Cost per borrow mins at 8.26. Average is 379.88 and max is 574.07. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1.2 million shares. Ortex estimated that about 415,000 of that was in closed short interest, and shares on loan is now at 200.1 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 370,000 shares having been returned. It's now 368,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of nothing really because it didn't change much. But there was finally some borrowed shares for the day-to-day on Ape. About 2,000 shares at 6.54% rate. And then that's going to keep the short share interest of the free float at 4.87%. Shares on loan day over day increased by 320,000 shares to 14.69 million shares. Let's see here. Options, highest amount of, let's see where our highest amount of call volume is. An hour ago, the highest amount of call volume was at a $4.50 strike with 6.9 thousand contracts. It's now 8.4 thousand contracts at a $4.50 strike. And puts, highest amount of volume is now at back to the $4.50 strike from 7.5. And we went from 5.4 thousand contracts at 7.5 to, sorry, Bruno needs to stay right here. You stay. Don't move. You just stay right here. Stay. Don't move. My goodness. It's like he goes nuts. He goes nuts and he doesn't know how to chill out. Just chill. It's okay. Just chill right here. You stay right here and just chill. Let's see here. Puts went from that $7.50 strike back down to the highest amount being at 4.5. We had 5.4 thousand contracts at 7.5, and it's now down to 5.6 or up to 5.6 at 4.5. Market really suggesting a closing price somewhere around 4.5 by the end of the day today, although we're not there yet. So I'm not seeing that happening as of right now, but that's what the market's signaling from volume on options. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.83. That's pretty much where we opened the day. We have done nothing but sidewards trading. You can tell they're waiting on something. Something's going on here. I don't know what, but there's something going on. Utilization's showing it. Somebody's getting ready. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and Ape. I mean, look at the amount of people that came in today trying to tell us that it's all over. I mean, we just had a crap ton of people come in today in here trying to tell us it's all over. Can't believe you're still doing this, and just saying this, that, and the other. And it's just kind of crazy. I've seen more people actively trying to tell me. I don't know if you guys have seen Doug Sifu, whatever his name is, on Twitter, and he was like actively talking with, or I guess going back and forth with AMC Bigums, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself like he's literally telling people like they need to go to J.P. Morgan or something like that to ask for financial advice or whatever, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself like whenever has somebody ever come to you and told you like, oh, you shouldn't have that investment. I can't believe you're invested in that or whatever. And oh, you should go invest with this firm. I get those kind of calls sometimes, like these messages that pop up and be like, hey, how's your trading going? I have this great plan for you in options, or they try to sell you some kind of Bitcoin or some kind of crap coin. And to invest into, and it's just like, yeah, I've heard these things before. Whatever. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. I don't expect to see us on this list due to low volume, and we are not. SSR trips at $3.63. Ape at 1.62. Shares available to borrow is still set to 0. They did return a measly 100 shares and borrowed them right back again within 15 minutes. And you're looking at a total fees. We're still sitting up there at that 274.1% fee. It's crazy. 100 shares. We got to get them wherever we can. 100 shares. Yeah, man. NASDAQ is up 1.38, Dow Jones is up 0.58, S&P 500 is up 0.96. We have 4,139 advancers to 2,150 decliners. The market's almost cooking with bacon grease, but not quite. Still, it's doing better than it was an hour ago, but so it's definitely heading up. Almost cooking with bacon grease. Not quite. We're getting there. FRCB is up 22.04%. Silvergate's up 5.75. PacWest is up 5.29. Let's see here. What else? Coinbase is up 8.67. Other big movers. Charles Schwab up 3.41. And that's about it. Ethereum Classic is down 0.39. The US dollar is down 0.17. But starting to trend upwards a little bit here. Oil is up 1.61%. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.29 to 0.39, and the SPY is up 0.95. VIX is currently down 4.28. VBR is up 1.52. VB is up 1.67. Tesla is up 2.43. Amazon up 1.43. Cinemark down 0.47. Doge is up 0.95. Bitcoin is up 1.36, GME is up 0.17, HYMC is down 1.35, NCMI is up 5.93, Robinhood is down, or is up rather 2.75, Ape is down 0.56, and AMC is up 0.31. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately about a little less than, it's closer to 300,000 shares, 340,000 shares or dollars more inflow than outflow. 7.36 million shares traded so far for the day today after, let's see, 233 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 12.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. We're already in that range right now. Let's see here. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 32.79, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.6, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.67, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes. RSI at 45.17, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at APE, we have approximately 1.3, close to $1.3 million more outflow than inflow. 4.87 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 234 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.11 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with appears to be a divergence coming in within the next 4 hours. RSI at 49.59, which is right down the middle. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.42, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.79, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure ever since about 1240 Eastern Standard Time. And obviously, because this thing is just trading sideways, it's not really moving a whole lot. And RSI is at 51.76, which is average. They need to trade it sideways, apparently. They want zero movement. Pack up your bags, guys. Sit back. Lay down right here. Come here. You stay here. Don't go anywhere. Pack your bags and, take a nice little vacation and come back when the stock market's ready to trade again. Foo Dog says, Casey put sunscreen on Bruno. He'll stay right there. Huh? I'm so confused. I'm going to the back of the big tram so you can explain that one to me because I don't get it. Put sunscreen on them? I don't get it. That's I'm sure that's funny, and I'm sure like everybody else. Oh no, Glenn put Foo Dog sunscreen? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Really?
I don't get it.
You said the vet told you that you had to put sunscreen on his balls.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. I got you. Good old hot crotch. I saw Dr. Zeno had to say that.
Oh, heck.
Give him the old hot crotch. He'll stick around for a while.
He won't go anywhere.
Dr. Zeno says, "Hey Sean, what happens before a tsunami? The tide rolls in, not in. It goes
It rolled
out.
out.
Yeah, it goes out.
Yeah. And you get to see all the things that were under the water.
hmm Yeah, it's like I see all those videos from way back when. Was that what year was that? Was that like 2008, 2010? Might have been 2010. The all the videos that they had of the big huge tsunami, and you see the parts of the beach I'm sure there's people have never seen before, and they're like walking out onto it. And I'm going like I don't know. Somebody said 2004, maybe it was 2004. I don't remember what year it was. It was crazy. I just remember sitting there thinking to myself like, what the hell are these people thinking? Like, run! Like the minute you see that much water recede away, like it's got to come back. Like it's not just going to stay out there. It comes back, and it's not just going to come back the way that it left. It's going to come back faster. And so like I don't know, man. Every time I saw one of those videos, I was just sitting there going like, no, you run. When you see something like that, you run and you don't stop. You just keep going. Get to high
Gosh, and
ground.
that was a small tsunami too. I mean, tsunamis can be big.
I mean, quite honestly, that was like the first tsunami that I ever saw on TV before. I'd never seen one before.
Did you
'Cause-
watch the Japanese one? That one was
yeah,
pretty amazing.
yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. Miles inland that's 20 feet high, stacked with cars and houses, and oh, that was unbelievable. I felt so bad for them. People were getting on bridges and they just cover the bridge. I was like, oh my gosh.
Shaw's you fart head. You know what I'm referencing. Yes, some people are saying Fukushima. I'm a fart.
Fukushima.
I'm a fart head. What am I? What's he referencing? I don't know what he's referencing. This everything's going over the top of my head today. I tell you what, this blood pressure medication makes me feel like I'm partially drunk. Like it feels like the beginning stages of getting high, where you feel like numb in the face, and I'm pretty sure it's affecting some of my thought process. So I'm already slow to the draw, so this isn't helping any. Oh, the numbers pull back? Okay. I got you. Yeah, I mean that's usually what we see right before big moves. We see a lot of the numbers pulling back, for sure.
Well, there was a question earlier about how when the reverse split happens and Adam Aaron dilutes, that it's going to end the squeeze and that's going to be that. And we're trying to figure out from the gentleman what was going on with that. Why did he think that was going to happen? and we never got a good answer on it.
Hmm.
So we didn't sell our shares, in other words.
Yeah.
Darn it.
That's probably like one of my most favorite comebacks for something like that. Like when people panic like that, when they're trying to like spread fear or whatever. I always go like, oh my gosh, what should I do? Please tell me, how do I avoid this? What do I do? What is it that I need to do to fix this? How do
And
it's
you get crickets.
yeah,
Just
nothing,
crickets.
nothing. We actually did get one guy one time that said you should sell. One guy did say that
Oh,
one time. I was really surprised by that because he could get in a lot of trouble for suggesting that.
he
That
sounds lovely.
that sounds like financial advice to me.
You should just sell now.
Hmm. Nana says, Casey, imagine taking 3 a day. I'm always tired. Holy crap. That's insane. Yukon says drop in utilization has his nips standing at attention. A bit nipply in here, eh?
In French, they say le tataz says Jacques. Jacques. That's funny, but
Jacques.
it's not.
Jacques Cousteau.
We're going down. Oh, did you see that video that Arthur put up of that submarine?
The one with the
It's kind of
picture
a
on it?
No, yeah. Well, it wasn't my picture of the Bud Light submarine going down.
Oh, okay.
Because that one's definitely was gonna implode.
That was way too soon. Was that Kamala Harris that was on it too? Who was on
That
the
was
side of it?
that was Yucca's boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever you call him. I don't
Kamala.
know. I'm not.
Kamala, whatever her last name is. I think I mixed up like 2 names or something. I don't know who that is. Oh no, it's Cortez. It was Cortez, right? I think that's who it was. It was Cortez, right?
Camilo.
Camilo Cortez. Is that what it was? That's who it was, right? Stay here, Bruno.
Cameo.
You lay down right here. Lay down. That's all right. We know Kamala Harris. We know Kamala Harris is your go-to girl. Don't lie. You just want to say yes, VP. Yes.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good,
Doing
man.
good, man.
Good. Yeah, you sound a lot better, Casey.
Yeah, I feel way better than I did on Monday, let me tell you. Einstein says something's going to break. The bond market's screaming at us that the market's going to burn to the ground. Real quickly, I just want to ask you, Yoka, since I got you here, and Fu. Fu came on and cleared the water earlier and cleared the air and said that he said that the adventurous ape worked, quote unquote, worked. In your opinion, how did it taste? Did you one shot the adventurous ape or did you sip it?
Okay, I put my lips on it gently to no, no, I know who's gonna what? No, I sipped it. I cautiously sipped it because I saw her making it and I'm like, whoa. She stretched that bottle pretty high of that Kahlua. She dropped a lot.
Dude,
So
she had a lot of Kahlua in there. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then she told me, well, she kind of made that face like, that's what you sure you want that? And I'm like, yeah. So I sipped it. It was strong. I don't know if that's as it was to taste, but I'm like, well, I have it now, so I'll drink it. And I downed. I mean, it was. Yeah, I finished it, and then I got another one of the same thing.
Shit! You got 2 of those? Oh,
I got 2 of those.
You were hammered.
and I guess, and then I got and then Pam said, let's get another one. So then I got a margarita. I think pretty gay, but
Was it on the rocks?
but I said, yeah.
Oh, then
Bud
it's okay.
Light on
That's
rock.
that's
Nah,
okay.
it wasn't blended with a straw and
Yeah.
open a little
No umbrella.
No,
Okay, yeah. Then you're fine.
no.
You're okay.
They don't have those. I don't think they would have kicked me out.
You're all right. You're fine.
I think DJ Ola likes umbrellas. He's questioning what? Like what? Yes, Yaka, umbrellas. No, there is a place for that. Not there. I mean, maybe in your backyard when you're barbecuing with your family, maybe you can blend it, but not at a public. They'll look at you like, "What? You're at the wrong bar, buddy."
They might start winking at you.
I don't think so.
No?
They didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't get that vibe there.
Hmm.
Everybody was cool. It was the atmosphere. I don't know. I don't know if it's just because it's closer to San Diego. But everybody was friendly. Like in LA, if you look at somebody, they're like, oh, like kind of like, what are you looking at? Like here, you would look at somebody like just passing by, just looking around, and somebody would like look at you, and then they'll just bump their beer and like like saying what's up, like cheers. I've never had that over at up here.
Rough town?
Yeah, no fights.
No, nothing like that in East
You
LA.
know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely East LA. You can't. It was fun.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I'm from San Diego, but I know what it's like. I know what you're talking about, like in LA and stuff. And so I'm just laughing because I can picture very clearly what it is that you're talking about. And
Yeah, it was, and I like that. I like that everybody was cool.
yeah.
Like, and it's funny because in my head I'm like, I mean, I'm not being racist or anything, but in my head I'm like, maybe I am a reincarnated Caucasian, because I like the environment. Like like even though I'm like obviously I dark skinned, which is fine, but I didn't really go, but they accepted me.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
I just thought you had a good tan or something.
I guess. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I even called the food. I was like, maybe he'll pick up, maybe not. I really didn't think about it. I just dialed food.
I saw pictures, right? I saw pictures, and I felt like you might have been the best dressed gentleman there at the place, and so maybe that's why you were getting so many looks. Everybody was going like, "Man, that guy is dressed up for San Diego."
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did notice that. Everybody was like not a lot, but a lot of people were dressed with shorts
and t-shirts and flip flops, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
That's
but then
San Diego.
I couldn't because I went to see a client that day over in Moreno Valley. So I said, well, I don't know if I want to go. I said, let me see how it goes. I don't know. Because when I say something, I do it. And I'm like, damn it, I have to go because I said I told you that I was gonna go. I told Pam, but at the same time I Googled it and I'm like, damn, it's far. But then I started driving back and I got on the wrong freeway and I said, damn it, okay, so it's meant to be then. So I just said, let me keep going. Then I got on the wrong freeway, I had to exit, and I made it over there, obviously. But it was a long drive. It's closer from that place. Yeah, like from here to down there, it's like 2.5 hours with no traffic. But from Moreno Valley to the Kraken, it was an hour and like 15, 20 minutes. It was much closer, obviously. So, and I said, I'm just going to be there for an hour. Yeah, right. That's what I get.
I was telling everyone in the chat, Yucca, that when you FaceTimed me, all I could hear was Pam saying, "Food dog, food dog, food dog," and then
Yeah.
you would say something, and all the girls would laugh, and I'd be like, "That damn Yucca, he's using all his good jokes."
Oh no.
And then I'd hear food dog, food dog, food dog, and then I'd see you. You'd turn around, and you'd say something. I couldn't hear what you were saying, and all the girls would laugh again, and I'd be like, "That freaking Yucca, he's got game."
Oh, not at all. And then I took Fu on a tour of the
Yeah,
bar.
I got to see the whole bar. I met
Yeah, you saw Kat, right? Did I take you to Kat?
Kat and her boyfriend,
Yeah.
and all
Yeah.
the regulars
All this.
on Pam's channel.
Yeah. Did you see? Then I don't know. There was a table full of like ladies there, and I'm like, look, here's my friend Fu. And they were
Yeah,
all dancing for Fu.
the Woo Girls. Yeah, I was telling everyone
Yeah.
about the Woo Girls singing Bong Jovi. Bong Jovi.
Yeah.
Wasn't
So
one of able or something? Or she was on a
yeah,
chair.
yeah. They got crazy as soon as they saw the camera.
DJ
Yeah,
said
it was.
Woo on tour. Yeah, I toured the whole place. I was really happy. It was really cool to see it.
Yeah, I got there as soon as the sun was setting. I pulled up. I was like, "Damn, I'm finally here!" But I wanted to see the sun set while I was inside the bar, but it was just setting as soon as I pulled up, and it darkened a little bit. It was a good time. The drink was strong. It is what it is. I don't even know if that's how it's supposed to taste, but I guess Casey said that it's too much Kahlua.
I mean,
I got a date.
but it was a
Remember
legit
that?
pour though. I mean, you had a legit pour, so but it was a little too much Kula.
Yucca,
Keep
do you
hooking it
remember
up.
a date?
What?
Do you remember me
Which one?
getting a date?
You got a date?
Yeah, you don't remember that? Okay, so that drink really does work, Casey. I got a date.
Oh wow,
What
Just
the
talking.
hell?
Oh,
who'd you get a date
remember
with?
Pam's girlfriend was like, "Yeah, I'll go out with you," and I was like, "Sure, okay, I'll head on out there."
Is that the one where I was saying Fu's got he's got many, what did I say? You have a big gun. That's what I was saying. I remember something like that. I was
You
saying,
said he had a
he's
big
got a
gun?
big gun.
What?
Yeah, and then the girls, and I think she was laughing. Yeah, he's got a big gun. You know what I mean, right? I think I said that. And she was
Yeah.
like, "Ooh."
She's like, I know exactly what you mean.
Yes, I'll go on a date with him.
Then okay. Funny.
Yep. So it was fine. It was good.
Was Kat just as cool in person as she is
She's
on?
yeah. That's the first time meeting her even meeting her at all. I know who she was, but I've never spoken to her or tweeted or kind of had an exchange, except there. Obviously, I was the last one to leave. Everybody else left earlier because I was still kind of intoxicated, so I couldn't drive. I went to sleep in my car for a little bit, like half an hour, and then she texted me and then called me. She's like, "Did you already leave?" I said, "Nope," but now I am. Yeah, I got home almost 4 in the morning.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, then there was stuff happened on the way over there. My wife calls me. Where are you? I
Uh-oh.
didn't know what to say. I got
Uh-oh.
lost. I got lost.
You got lost? Oh
I
boy.
got, and she's like, for 3 hours, really? She's like, who are these bitches?
Uh-oh.
I'm like, there was
Uh-oh.
no.
Look,
Yeah,
if you
it
need
was a
somebody
lot of.
if you need
But it
somebody to
was my fault.
if you need somebody to stick up for you, just have Pam talk to her.
No, yeah, no, and then yeah,
I
it
say,
was
no, I was
okay.
with a
It
realtor.
was
Tell
my
tell her you with a realtor. Looking for a place in San
Pam,
Diego.
who the? Yeah, no, it's and because my wife, she's not really like involved with like the community, so she doesn't know. But it's all right. Yeah, I got, I had to hear it. It was, it's okay.
Did you tell
I
you
get.
business related stuff or what?
You know what? I told her I'm going to go to Moreno Valley because I really thought that I wasn't going to go. Like I was like, oh, it's so fun. Because from here to Moreno Valley, I left like around 2. I got there at 5. I think I got there at 5. So just that drive was like 3 hours. I was on the 91 and I thought there wasn't going to be any traffic. There was a lot of traffic. So I finally got there, stayed out there for like an hour with the client, then had something to eat, then drove back. So I was like, no, I don't think I'm gonna go. And I didn't put the GPS to send me back home. I just said, I know where I'm going. You know how you get there and you're like, you recognize the freeway. So then I ended up taking I started going south. So yeah, I just said, all right, let me just go. Let me go for an hour. This way I can, get back to the house at my usual time. Doesn't work out that way.
Part of the problem is, Yucca, is that you left in the attire that I saw you in the bar was the kind of attire that might look like you were going out on a date. Because I mean, you looked pretty slick that night. By the way, I mean, I'm trying to say good things about you, not bad things. You look pretty slick, and so your wife is probably sitting there going like, "When's the last time he dressed like that for me?" so now what you need to do, I'm gonna give you a little friendly advice here. You need to make sure that you get dressed up better than that, and ask your wife on a date first. Tell her you want to go on a date night, and then you get dressed up better than what you look like when you went out when you went out that night, and really kind of polish yourself off. Nice and good. Oh, hold on a second, Hunter. What's up, Hunter?
And tell her not to wear panties on the date, so that yeah. Oh, was Hunter hearing that? Darn it.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, he can't hear, but he heard me talking. I don't have speakers on here, so
okay.
yeah, you're talking directly into my headset. So, but yeah,
yeah,
that'll work. Promise. Make sure you wear all that fancy cologne that you normally wouldn't wear, but
I don't wear any. You mean my deodorant?
Get like Sauvage from.
Oh, I have that.
Depp's.
I have that.
Does it smell good?
It's all right. I'm not a big fan.
My cologne is my deodorant. Old Spice.
So
Old Spice.
I told my wife, I said I want to start wearing cologne more often because I worked in this industry for so many years where you're not allowed to wear cologne to work because it's it's a contaminant. You can't.
But someone's gonna cry.
No,
HR.
No, you can't wear it into it's considered a contamination, so you can't wear it into a clean room. So no makeup, no cologne or anything like that. So most of my life I've been working in and I don't have to wear cologne to work or anything like that. And so I told her, I was like, I want to start wearing more cologne because it's just, it's kind of cool to finally be able to wear cologne for once. And so she started buying me all these different colognes. I got like colognes up the yin yang now, and I keep forgetting to put them on because I've spent so many years not wearing it that I always forget. And then every once in a while, I'll remember, oh, I should probably use some of this cologne, so I spray it on. And it always happens to be when I'm going to go out and do something like go to the dentist or go grocery shopping or whatever, where I'm just not I'm going out. And so my wife, she said like, "Who you wearing that for?" I was like, and so it's like I have to try and remember, like you always got to put it on, Case. If you don't put it on every single day, then it's gonna look like you're putting it on for somebody else, and you can't do that. So it's either
that's how the ladies set you up. They buy you the cologne, and you put it on, and they ask you why you're wearing cologne. You gotta love them. They know how to work us over so bad.
I mean, she's really not that. I mean, she's not bad like that though. I mean, I really, she's not the jealous type. She's more or less just giving me a hard time. And she's right. I should wear it more often. She really would prefer if I just wear it all the time. And well, I'm not. I don't mean to say that I stink or anything, but you know, wouldn't rather smell a good
But you
smelling
know,
man?
do you sweat? Do you sweat a
No,
lot?
I never sweat.
Okay. No, I'm just saying because you know there's people there's sometimes you can't wear cologne if you sweat because the combination of sweat and the cologne makes people smell bad. So I didn't know about that, you know, until later. I was like, what does that smell? There was this guy that would sweat a lot, and it was the combination of cologne. A girl told me this.
Mm.
You know, it didn't. He didn't have the right cologne. You can't just put any cologne on if you sweat. There's certain types of cologne. I didn't know that. The chemistry.
Yeah. Yeah, chemistry is a thing.
You know, so I used to wear cologne. Like what was it? Water cool? Is that what it's called? Water cool? Cool water.
Cool water?
Yeah.
I always wear Fahrenheit, and it's an old cologne, but boy, does it get the sniffs.
Fahrenheit 9/11.
For what is it, 451 or something like that? Yeah, that one. It has a little bit more fruity than I like, but boy, do I get the sniffs with that one. I don't wear it often.
Fruity? What do you mean? Sniff from who?
Just little food techniques out there.
You know,
Who's
never.
sniffing you?
You know, it never failed to not work for me. It was Eternity.
Eternity.
Yeah, Eternity
Yeah.
was 100% win rate on with Eternity. Before Eternity, I wore Obsession, and that was like a 30% win rate. When I moved over to Eternity, oh man, that thing is like that's like using power bait when you go fishing. It's
Right?
I hate to say it, but it's
What do you,
true.
what do you mean success?
I don't tell people this often because it's my secret bait, but there's a cologne called Hermes, and I always hate to say that because then I know it's going to come in the chat, but oh boy. Anyway, it's called Hermes, you know, the god of speed or whatever, the messenger.
Is that a love and fire?
No, that's Prometheus.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, Hermes, if you can find it, I can't find it anywhere now. Oh my god. That one just grabs the ladies. You just walk by ladies and they follow you around. Hermes Pro Jeweler. Yeah, I know, but I know what you guys are gonna say.
What? What are you saying in the background?
So yeah, that one is a secret weapon. If you guys can find it, buy several bottles of it. It's expensive.
Yukon says Sex Panther. He's asking if it's as potent as Sex. I don't know what. Why are you laughing? I don't know what that is. What is it? What's Sex Panther?
Anchorman.
Huh?
Anchorman.
Is that a thing from the movie? I don't remember that. I don't remember that part of the movie. I'm really bad with movie quotes. Sex Panther by Odeon is illegal in 9 countries and made with real bits of panther. That's definitely a quote.
Oh man.
My wife also likes Aquadigio. I think that's her favorite one on me. But I got her with Eternity. She didn't want to smell the Eternity on me anymore. She wants to smell the Aquadigio.
Anything made by Avon is an absolute
Disaster.
female repellent. Yeah, ugh.
Female repellent. It's like
They try
wearing
hard, but
off.
boy, it's just wrong.
It's the off of
I-
cologne.
I-
Remtech.
I don't know. I feel like cologne is like for younger people to wear. Like when you're older, you got to switch over to like shaving cream or Old Spice.
So I have this brilliant idea, and I want to hear what you guys think about this, because I think it's a brilliant idea, but I want to hear what the general populace says here. I have this idea for a cologne, sunscreen, and bug repellent all in one. Do you know?
Do you have the chemistry? Do you know how to make it?
Yeah, I don't, not yet, but it's something I might work on. But here's the thing though. Do you know when you go camping, that smell that you have when you've been sitting by the campfire the next morning, you couldn't take a shower, but you got that like smoky wood smell? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it sounds very flammable.
No. Never mind that. You don't light yourself on fire.
I hate that smell.
But you know what I'm talking about though? Like when you wake up the next morning and you got that that musky kind of wood smell to you, like almost like you've been barbecuing yourself or something. That's what I want this to smell like, and it's gonna have a suntan lotion infused into it with that smoky smell that you get when you've been sitting around a wood fire overnight. I think it'd be like the perfect combination, and then you can wear it as sunscreen too, right? Like it just everywhere you go, you smell good.
Mm-hmm.
You smell like a smoke pit, and you got your sunscreen on too. Casey, make it a 5-in-1 product.
I knew the guy who came up with sunscreen and chapstick.
No kidding.
Very young man. Yeah, it was a long ass time ago. And he was Caraqueño. He was from Caracas, Venezuela. And boy, did he dress nice. Because he was young. He was like 18. And just a smart guy. And looked like a GQ model. Just everything about him pissed me off. He was such a nice guy. And he was so friendly and nice to everyone. Of course, all ladies were just like, oh my God, like this asshole. I hate him, but I love him because he's so cool. But yeah, he came up with sunscreen in chapstick, and I guess he sold it to Chapstick, his little chemical whatever he had. But dang, he nailed it. Made a lot of money doing that. A lot of money. 18
what?
18 years old.
Wow.
Where is he now?
I don't know. He's probably jet setting around the world.
Probably went missing, disappeared. They stole his idea.
Yeah, he's part of the WEF now.
Well, that's what they say with the first electric vehicle. What happened to that guy? Disappeared.
The electric vehicle?
The first electric car, remember?
Oh, back in the late 1800s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
anytime you have a good idea, be careful.
They knew back then it was a dumb idea.
They knew that the cars would catch on fire.
Man, have you seen those? Dang.
Yeah, I keep seeing that.
My wife just recently got a perfume, and she wore it, and it reminded me of that tobacco smoke. I think I told this story already. It reminded me of the smell of that like old tobacco pipe, vanilla tobacco pipes that older guys used to smoke. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Really?
I smelled it, yeah.
Yeah, it's so it's called I'm gonna probably mess up the name, but I think it's Dolce by Rosie Jane.
Oh
I've got
yeah,
it
you're
sitting here
saying it right.
yeah, I got it
Yeah.
saying it right here in front of me. And I swear to you, it smells like grandpa. And I told her, I said, you can't wear that anymore. Number one, because it smells like grandpa. I'm like, I just can't possibly be attracted to that smell. And so she gave it to me because she's been trying a lot of different perfumes lately. So she gave it to me, and it smells great on me. It's a women's perfume, and it smells absolutely amazing. It's and I like
That's
using it because it has that, I don't know, just it's the
the
fond
beard.
memories. And the beard, yeah, the beard to go with it.
Yeah, grandpa.
Yep, grandpa.
Well, my kryptonite is if a woman wears anything that smells like pina colada. Oh my god, I'm just done at that point.
That's it.
Yeah, she can be a
Yeah.
total jerk, and I'm just like, if you smell like a
Well,
pina colada, wow.
well, a lot of pride people smell like pina colada. Stay away from them.
A lot of Bud Lights do. What did you
A
say?
lot of yep.
See, I'm in danger. Danger, Will Robinson, Fu Robinson.
Pina colada, huh? Like that song?
Yeah, well, that no, not the song, but it. Then it's not a bad song. I finally learned the lyrics to it, and I was like, ah, ha, ha, that's funny. But
That's it. We gotta have karaoke Friday.
karaoke Fridays on the
Oh
Shaw
my
Channel
gosh. Ugh.
Yeah. Just the last 30 minutes.
with all the lag and the freaking song being, yeah, that'd be great. No, it just always gives me that like beach vibe, and I don't know. That's just my kryptonite. If a woman smells like pina colada, I'm dead.
I like cotton candy.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Cotton candy smell. So
Yes.
you like yeah. I used to like that smell. High school. It's the body. What is it? Body fresh? No, it's
Yeah,
called.
it's a body freshener. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. I don't know what
Is
it's
that what it's
called.
called? Right? It's just like little. Yeah, they're like little bottles, clear little bottles, and they used to spray it on their hair. Body freshener. Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
It
I
smells
don't know what it's
sweet.
called, but it's always got that like cotton candy kind of. See, I've had Rem
Yeah.
Taco said stripper. I've had so many dudes say the same exact thing to me. Every time I say cotton candy, they go, "Oh, you like the stripper I wouldn't
No.
know. I don't even know, but I think I've had so many people say that stripper comment that I have a feeling that whatever it is, it must be strippers wear it because and it's got to
No.
work. It's got to work. So
I I think that's a name they use. Hi, my name is Con Candy. I think
no,
that's
no,
their name, but not
no. I'm telling you, I've had the same comment from everybody. They say it's the same stuff that strippers
really.
wear, and Rem Taco says with glitter, and I think it does have glitter in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yep, yep,
It
yep.
may
It
have
does have
glitter in
glitter.
it
I
as well.
remember.
Yeah,
I,
but
I
but
remember.
it
So you're
gets
saying
me.
my ex was a stripper?
No, it's not
Damn it.
saying that but apparently strippers do use it because apparently it works. But that one works for me for sure. Love that smell. I don't know what it is. I don't. I really can't put. I have no idea why. It's just like Andrew says, I'm attracted to lemon pledge smell. That's a good smell too. I like that smell. I actually do like that smell. Goes right up
damn
there
it.
with gasoline.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's a fake smell.
So
They put gasoline.
Get
Andrew
out,
is
really?
attracted to his Andrew. You're attracted to your cleaning crew. Is that what you're saying? He's attracted to his cleaning lady.
Yeah, they have to put a scent in gasoline to make it smell.
Yeah,
So
just
that
like
you cat
gas, like gas, like stove, like cooking actual gas. Like it smells like a fart
propane.
smell.
You mean like propane
Yeah,
or
propane. Yeah,
nat-
propane.
or natural gas? I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Natural gas. There you go. I'm saying it right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I you know what? I did not know that.
that sounds
They
right.
have to add where they
They have
put in
that egg.
sulfur to make it stink
Like
like a fart.
Hmm.
yeah, it's weird. Like smells like a egg. We had a big leak out here in Porter Ranch,
Oh,
and
love.
the whole town smelled like egg, man. That was the best time, so you can lay a big silent one and just blame it on that sound.
Deb likes diesel. You know what my wife likes? I was so shocked when I found this out about her. Hopefully she didn't get mad at me for sharing this. I don't think she would get mad at me. She likes the smell of skunk. The fresh smell. She always tells me it's the fresh smell of skunk, the one that smells like burning rubber. That's how she describes it. She says, "Oh, I smell burning rubber. A skunk must have just sprayed." But she said she likes the smell of that. I find that so odd. No wonder she loves me.
No wonder she doesn't make you shave that beard.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't like it.
No wonder she's like, never telling me like, "Hey, you should go take a shower." Oh man. Well, what if there's truth
I have
to
a
it? That
beard
sucks.
question.
Beer?
A beard.
Oh, yeah. What's up? I think I
I
could help.
I have a very small goatee and I keep it very shaved down. If it gets a little out of control, I'm like, no.
Whoa! That's rated R. You can't talk about
No.
that.
This is G rated. This is science.
You can't talk about your landing strip here.
Don't
on
put
his,
things
on
in
his,
my mouth.
on his face.
No, when I'll be in my car and I'll have the top down and everything, and I'll just kind of rub the hair on my chin, and dust comes out.
Yes, beard oil.
And
Andrew?
I literally just took a shower and I scrub
it's beard oil. You need beard oil, bud.
Is it dead skin cells that are coming out?
You're getting dandruff for the face because you're not using beard oils on your face and it gets dried out.
But I'm like an oily dude. I'm like so oily.
Tom, thank you real quick. Let me address this real fast. Thank you, Tom, so much for streaming the live stream in there. Are you, either of you guys going to be here for the rest of the day? Or do you guys plan on being here for the rest of the day at all?
I am.
Like where? Like in the back, or are you saying like on the planet? What is the question though?
That's what sounds like something a woman would say. Are you going to be here all freaking night?
Yeah, I'm like.
I'm trying to get somebody to help me with streaming the live stream to the front of the big tramp. But if you can't, that's fine.
Are you leaving? Are you gonna leave?
I gotta step away here for a little bit, do numbers, and go to break and whatnot. But my mom is in China and she's trying to watch the live stream, and and she doesn't have a way to be able to watch it unless we stream it for her in the back of or in the front of the big tramp.
Oh, I understand. How do you do that?
That's what I don't know.
You just share your if you're watching the live stream, you can just share it into the channel. And then she can watch it through that.
Sweet.
Although you know what?
But I could do it with my phone.
She's not even in there. She's not. You know what? Don't even worry about it. She's not even in the front of the big tramp to watch it. So apparently she's not. She's not even there anyways. So it doesn't matter. If she was in there, we'd know.
But I could do it with my phone, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I was thinking about.
I was thinking about streaming something else.
I was thinking about doing it on my phone, and maybe I'll do that later or tomorrow for her. I got to figure out how because I couldn't do it earlier. So, but
what time was she planning to do this?
No, I was going to do it for her all day.
Why don't we just start the stream from again? Like just start a new stream for her.
I mean, we could.
We can.
Joe says it's 2 a.m.
for another 5 hours.
Joe says it's 2 a.m. in China. She's probably asleep, and that's probably the truth. She probably wanted to go to sleep listening to me. Believe it or not, my mom says that she's told me that before, that she'll listen to me and as she's going to sleep. So, which is cute, you know.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I do that too. If I get up too early and I put on the Shaw show, and then I just fall back asleep.
Wow, you put people to sleep. It's your voice, Casey.
It's a calming. That's why when you were talking about your blood pressure, I was like, "What? No, he calms me down." Lordy, if it wasn't for you, I'd be like bouncing off the walls all the time.
You know, one of the things that I found more interesting than anything is that um, a lot of people have opened up to me, and I'm not going to say any names or anything, but a lot of people have opened up to me about their taking of this medication as well. And I never, I mean, this is like without talking about it, I never would have known that this many people are actually on blood pressure medication. It is shockingly tons and tons of people are on this stuff. And no, I guess
I mean,
people don't talk about it, you know?
I've told you to get on mushrooms. I don't understand.
That's
It took you so long.
I'm telling
Dr.
you,
Yucca knows.
I'm telling you, Yucca,
Calm you right down.
I'm telling you, it's not going to be, I'm wired differently. I know everybody wants to think that they're wired.
Oh,
I'm seriously wired differently.
imagine you take a mushroom and then you become the Hulk, the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, totally. So, for example, to just give you an example of what I mean by I'm wired differently, for me to go to sleep, I drink a cup of coffee. Most people
What?
that wires them and makes them go, makes them,
You know,
stay up. But for
I
me,
yeah,
I'll drink a
I've
cup of
done
coffee
that.
before I go to bed, and it will put me right to sleep like it's a sedative.
Oh,
You know what?
I,
I've done that. I've drank like Red Bulls before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
I bet Dr. Zeno could
I have no
chime.
problem. Yeah, Doctor Zeno knows a lot about these things. He is a doctor, right?
I didn't understand it, but I went through because I have a degree in psychology, and it blew me away that Ritalin is actually an amphetamine.
Yeah. Yep.
And what's actually happening is you have a low arousal. No, I don't know how to.
Arousal. What the hell?
You have a low arousal threat or a high arousal threshold, not low, a high arousal threshold. So you need exciting things to make you feel. And so when they give you an amphetamine, it kind of normalizes you. It seems so antithetical. Like it's just not, it doesn't seem like that's right, but that's exactly how it works.
Yep.
It's so weird.
Yep. I was on it when I was a kid, so I know exactly what you're talking about. I didn't like it at all. I hated it.
I bet not. You said you buried it in the yard and shit?
No, in my toys. If you put it inside the little Star Wars toys and then you jiggle it around the right way, it'll find itself on the inside of the toy and then, get lost inside the toy and never come back out again, which is funny because somebody probably bought a Star Wars toy off me somewhere later on down the road and probably opened it up and probably wondered why what was rattling on the inside, opened it up to probably find like a shit ton of Ritalin pills inside. So,
Like,
yeah.
We scored.
Tammy, I'm taking amlodipine. Or if I'm saying that right, amlodipine, amlo, AMLODI.
Gigantopine.
Yeah, that's the one. So.
Jeez, my eyes are going bad. Is the average cost to borrow 200 and is it almost 400%?
What is
I
this?
mean, AMC it's having a little like it wants to move up. Like, did you see that?
Yeah, GME's going up too as well. It's at 2.43. Well, let's take a look at the
Little by
numbers,
little,
guys.
AMC.
Let's do it.
No, let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna stay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna stay right here. I'm not even gonna go anywhere. How you like them apples? It's just so much fun to go through this with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're here.
And look at Joe. Look at Joe Pound. He likes Jimmy Boy spicy. Jimmy Boy looking spicy.
Is he talking about GME or something else?
I don't know. Something about some Jimmy Boy.
I'll let him know. We need clarification.
All right, here we go. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Off exchange on AMC is at 52.09. EDGX is at 6.1. The combined total is 58%. Where is all that extra volume going when we should be seeing 64%? It's 5.81% lower than that. Lo and behold, CHX has 10% of the total daily volume going through that exchange, with the 30-day average being 3.39. It's 839,000 shares having gone through that exchange. That is the second most heavily traded exchange today, besides the off exchange. On Ape, 60.07% going through off exchange, EDGX 3.69, combined total 63.76%. That's 0.24 less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.02 at the 30-day average of 0.03. Nothing unusual happening there. And on GME, CHX volume is at 4.05, which is 42,693 shares. The 30-day averages on that exchange is 0.36, and so that we are seeing some returning of shares going on right now. Taking a look at Ortex. Borrowed change amount. As of an hour ago, there was 1.05 million shares having been returned. It's now 1.13 million shares on AMC. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to pretty much stay where it's at 23.91%. Cost of borrowings at 8.26, averages 379.91, and max is at 574.07. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1.2 million shares, and Ortex estimated that about 415,000 of that was in closed short interest. Shares on loan is at 200.1 million shares. Guys, we are going to see on loan amounts start to dip here, and it's going to be scary. A lot of people are going to be seeing this. I fully expect that there's going to be a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt out there. A lot of comments are going to be start pouring in when the people start saying like, see, they're closing their positions, and it's like, no, guys, we've seen this on so many occasions. This is what happens before price starts running up. They need to return shares, as many as possible. So that they can continue to short on the top side of price moving upwards. So this is very, very common. It's very usual. It's not anything a mystery. It's a known thing that we've seen over and over and over. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 368,000 shares having been borrowed or returned rather. It's 366,000 shares now. They did borrow another 2,000 shares a little bit ago. Looks like cost to borrow, mins at 6.54, average is 6.72, and max is 6.9. Short share interest, the free float won't change much because of the borrowed change amount not moving hardly at all. It's at 4.87%. Shares on loan day over day increased by 320,000 shares to 14.69 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day to day is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago at $4.50, we had 8.4 thousand contracts. It's now 10,000 contracts. And puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago was at 4.5 at a 4.5 strike, and there was 5.6 thousand contracts. It's now 6.3. Taking over the other page here, combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.84. It's about a penny higher than where we started our day out at. And I mean, it's just consolidating all day long today, just consolidation upon consolidation. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for. Due to the low volume, I'm not expecting to see any of those three on this list. I don't know why I just refreshed it when I think I already did. They are not on the list. SSR triggers at $3.63 for AMC for the day today. Ape at 1.62. There are 0 shares available to borrow. Fees were last seen at 274.1%. NASDAQ is up 1.73, Dow Jones is up 0.75, and the SP 500 is up 1.21. We have 4,190 advancers to 2,114 decliners. The market's really close to getting cooking with bacon here, but not quite. But it is definitely about what it was an hour ago in decliners versus advancers. Taking a look at some of these banks in here, we got a lot of big movers today. We've got FRCB up 19.67, Silvergate's up 5.75, PacWest up 5.59, Western Alliance up 2.74, Coinbase up 9.83, Charles Schwab up 3.59, and that's the end of the big movers. Mortgage-backed securities. Let's see. Well, let's start with Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic is down 0.17. The US dollar is showing down 0.21. Oil is up 1.08. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.27 to 0.37, and SPY is up 1.16. VIX is showing down 4.35. VBR is up 1.63, VB is up 1.75, Tesla is up 3.46, Amazon is up 1.88, Cinemark is down 0.19, Doge is up 1.07, Bitcoin is up 1.25, GME is up 2.44, HYMC is down 1.8, NCMI is up 6.34, Hood is up 3.54, Ape is down 1.0, actually down 0.83. 0.56. it's down 0.56 now. AMC is up 0.5. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's just about $20,000 more inflow than outflow. Starting to see a little bit of a reversal on inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day today. 9.22 million shares traded after 293 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 12.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 20 million, or 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.04, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.18, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure within the last hour. RSI is at 50.72, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.19, which is average. On Ape, we have approximately $1.4 million. It's a little bit less than that. Outflow than inflow. 5.84 million shares traded so far for the day today, putting us on a pace for 7.74 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's very likely close to what we're going to be seeing. In the pre-market this morning, I had mentioned that I thought there was a chance that AMC and Ape would have very similar volume levels. However, that's not appearing to be the case at all. Surprisingly. So I was pretty wrong about that. Let's see, we got 5.84 on Ape, 9.24, so almost double the amount of volume on AMC today. And with that, that's all I got for you guys.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
Casey.
Yeah.
I got a feed earlier. I think it was like a day or so ago. A video came through. It was very disturbing.
Of me?
No, of this guy.
Oh my God! No, they've released it.
Of this guy. I don't know.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Trust me. I'm waiting one day that somebody's going to show some video,
no.
and then I'll have to like be explaining myself or something. That it always worries me a little bit. It's like,
I hope this wasn't you. No, it wasn't you. This guy was bald. He was in his underwear. He's like a see-through kind of under. You know that one.
Shaking his booty on the street.
Yep. What? And there was kids there.
Yeah, I saw that.
It turned my stomach. I shut it off. I'm like, what is wrong? What you don't see this side of straight people humping each other in the middle of the street or shaking like on a parade.
You've never been to Mardi Gras.
I don't know. well, yeah, but there's only there's no kids.
No, you don't take your kids to Mardi Gras. Well, at least I don't.
Yeah. I was bothered a lot. I was like, bothered me.
I don't even want to. I don't even want to get into it.
Yeah,
I know. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I saw it, but
I
saw it, and it was disturbing. I mean,
disappointment.
Yeah.
This is why I always say every man needs a katana. You could immediately rush out there and solve the problem just like that. Boom, done. All right, next, let's go. Any other problems?
No, we can't deal with it.
I know. But we're getting to that point of, hey, we got to stop this crap.
Yeah, it's gonna get. I think yeah. But it takes a while. Like, you know, it will.
We have this like rift. This rift is occurring in society.
Yeah.
Where there's a separation between common sense,
decency,
and
stupidity.
Stupidity. And
we're gonna go scientific.
I don't, and I say they, and I don't even freaking know who they is, but whoever it is that wants us to be stupid wants this pretty bad, and I think that you know, they're willing to just let people be people, and I'm seeing more and more of it. There's like the IQ level of the general population is just so warped and twisted, and people are misinformed and they don't understand what's really going on. It's weird. There's some weird stuff happening. I don't know what to tell you, man.
It usually follows.
I know what to.
Oh, sorry.
I know what to tell you. They're going to push and push until finally somebody pushes back, and I'm afraid that eventually this is going to end poorly, because eventually the wrong person is going to try to pull this foolishness in front of the wrong dad, and someone's going to the emergency room and someone else is going to prison. And it's unfortunate that it will have to come to that before they start to rethink these shenanigans. But it's coming. The pendulum will swing the other way, and it will be dramatic and unfortunate.
Stupidity and stupidity and logic will run into each other and have a confrontation, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is people are willing to put up with a great deal, except when it comes to their children. And I had to learn this firsthand with my Mrs. Pirate and having our children, of the dramatic change that I saw in her. And when it comes to people's offspring, for most decent Americans, there's no quarter, there's no room. And up till now, all these other incidental, all this other foolishness that happens in the periphery goes on with impunity. But they're crossing lines now. Excuse me. They're crossing lines now with children. And when you hear rhetoric like "we're coming for your kids" and things of that nature, and I think you can see where I'm going with this. There's things you can get away with, and there's things that are absolutely off limits. And shouldn't become as a surprise to anyone if this turns out to be a really awful event in the near future.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm glad I shut my mouth, because, I mean, in the Declaration of Independence, it says mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. That's in the Declaration of Independence. That was 1776. And we still don't learn from our mistakes. Why is it that we don't learn from our mistakes?
Because I'll tell you why. We have to live and learn our own lessons, and we refuse to learn from the past. We literally refuse to learn from the past.
Why?
Because
I hate to
we didn't live it.
Always why, but why are we so clouded that we don't? Is it because some people?
I think it's pride. I think it's more like an ego pride, like acceptance.
There's wisdom right there.
You
It's
know, that's why it's called pride. Like,
well, there's
we don't
good
go.
pride.
Yeah, but you don't. This is like beyond. Like, it's obnoxious in a way. You know, like, I don't know. You know, like
Well, it's attention. Most
yes.
people, it's a natural desire to want attention or to be part of the tribe. And in days gone by, the way you achieved that was through achievement, through merit and becoming a valuable member of the tribe. You know, you contributed in some way or fashion, and that garnered you respect and standing in the community. And there's been an effort to short circuit that. Everyone now wants it ties in kind of loosely with the instant gratification of they want to stay warm, but they don't want to chop the firewood. So in order to garner the attention, it becomes an ever increasing extremes in order to keep the eyeballs on them. And I can only guess that in some way it feels a need to make them feel accomplished or successful in their lives. And that's all fine and good. The circus acts is all fine and good until it starts to affect me and mine. And that's the line they're pushing up against. When it becomes detrimental to other people's children, you're playing with fire there.
I mean, imagine us having a parade where we can bring out our guns out in the open. Everybody come out with our guns because we're proud, right? We're proud that we're able to exercise, you know, our rights. Imagine how the cops would be all over it, you know. And then now this seems a little bit, I don't know, makes me sick.
That's a good point.
So
I mean,
one of the things that I was thinking about when I had my vacation on the beach, and I was thinking more and more about, you know, like how political parties, and I don't mean to make this political, but I am, but how political parties really
One party.
force us to choose one side or the other on a lot of these topics that nobody really wants to deal with. You know, people just want people to just be able to do what they want to do, but at the same time, nobody wants things like what you're talking about have happening where it affects, you know, our children or whatever. You know? And so, you know, this division, this political division, this division in how we want to see things running has melted over or spilled over into politics, and so now the politics are having to take sides on these issues, and it's like we've I don't know, it's all messed up. The more I thought about it while I was on vacation, the more
They
messed
won't
up it
take
is.
sides. See, the politicians are not unlike corporate America. Corporate America coveted that last 1% to buy more beer. So they were willing to push the norms and what most Americans see as socially acceptable in an effort to garner that last little piece of market share. And our politicians are not too different from the corporations, and that all they desire, their market share is reflected at the ballot box. So all they want is to continue, they want to remain in power. And so if they covet that last 1% of their market share, they're not going to offend anyone, where it falls directly upon them. It's their responsibility to protect children and society at large from what we all agree as unacceptable behavior. So they're reticent to take action for fear of losing them few extra votes. And meanwhile, much like the debacle with Anheuser-Busch or excuse me, Bud Light, they're alienating 50% of their base, and until they see the error of their ways, which they may never do, it may fall upon people to take care of their own. I'm an old dinosaur in that I believe we don't need to rely on the government. I could care less what my government does. In the end, I'll do what's right for me and mine, and let the chips fall where they may.
What a great point. But why do we do this over and over? I've been
Failure of leadership. It's a failure of leadership.
Yep, 100% agree with that.
and that
Your
starts
family's the same way. Your family's the same way. If your family is a disaster, if your home life is a disaster, if your home is a complete disaster, it's one person's responsibility, the head of that household, the man. And our country is no different. Our elected politicians are the father, are our metaphorical father. And when they fail to do their job, when they fail to fill their role as protector and keeper of the peace, then what other recourse does a good man have?
Hey, Pirate, one quick question. This is totally off topic, but do you have a different name on Twitter?
I'm embarrassed to tell you that I'm not even on Twitter.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's cool. That's
It's
totally fine.
it's a miracle for me to be here with you. I became
That's a badge of honor.
so well. I had for a brief moment. I had a place on what they call Facebook. It was short lived. I had it's kind of funny, but reconnecting with girls I knew 40 years ago in high school set Mrs. Pirate off on a tirade that I haven't seen in some time. So that was the end of that. It was easier for me just to eliminate that than to put up with the foolishness. I guess it doesn't speak very. I guess after 30 years of marriage, she still felt like that I might be looking to upgrade. Perhaps, I don't know. So maybe the failure is mine and mine alone. But I'm ashamed to tell you that the limits of my technical savvy are on display right now. I feel like the internet master of the world just to be able to speak with you guys right now.
I just thought I recognized your voice from someplace else, and so I thought maybe I'd heard you before in a space call. That's all. It's all good. I don't know why, but it suddenly dawned on me.
I should share with you. KC, that I had a well thought out plan to stalk you on your vacation. I had it all built up in my mind how I was never going to approach you, but I was going to surreptitiously take all sorts of photographs and things. And I thought it would be great fun at your expense, obviously. Mrs. Pirate talked me out of it. She said it went way over the weirdo line. And sometimes I blur comedy with just plain old, I guess, weird. And she pulled me back. So you can thank her for saving you what would have most certainly been an embarrassing and uncomfortable situation that I was almost hell-bent to put you in.
I would. It is awkward, but I probably would have laughed. I probably would have laughed.
Well, you made it quite easy. I mean, you told us the dates. Your operational security was of the weakest. I mean, you told us where you were going, when, and I mean, it would have been like from an operational standpoint, it would have been like shooting fish in a barrel. I knew where you were going and when, and I just had this. I mean, I spent some time on this thing, and I had it all laid out. I was going to use this whole technological, the internet and the chat room. I was going to have some great fun at your expense, but I've worked so hard to try to become a valued member of this community, and my wife assured me that it would not enhance my standing to embark on a joke that elaborate.
I've always felt like being honest about who I am and what I do and is important, because you guys need to know that that I am who I say that I am. And so that's why I don't try to hide anything or I tell you probably way more than I should. And it's not, part of it is that I grew up in a family where there is no off switch sometimes with some of the things that we say. So it's also part of my personality too, is that flaw that I have where there is no boundaries. so you get what you get.
Well, great. A long time ago, I spent roughly 2 years as a prison guard, or excuse me, a correctional officer in my youth, and would be repeatedly threatened that the inmates would come see me or find me at a later date. And I was always of the attitude that I look forward to seeing them. I made no bones about where I lived and what I drove, but I always made it real clear to them that when I saw them coming, I was quite certain what they were coming for, and that it was all rules were off at that point. So I get it. But I meant no harm. Like I said,
Oh no, it's fine.
I regret it. It was an opportunity. It was an opportunity lost. But I just thought I'd let you know that you came perilously close to being the center of my misplaced enthusiasm.
I would have invited you over when I saw first camera, and I would have invited you for a beer.
Oh, you missed the whole point. You would never be aware that I was there. That's what the beauty of it. That was the beauty of the whole bit, was that after it was all done.
I don't know. I'm a pretty aware person of my surroundings. I don't know. I think
is this now I'm starting to feel a challenge.
Yeah, this does feel a little bit like a challenge.
Here we go. All right, now this is how it starts. I mean, I try to, they say discretion's the better part of valor here, and Mrs. Pirate ran interference for you.
Yeah.
So let's let it go at that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't mean to sound scary or anything like that, but I'll tell you a funny story. I told Melissa, I was like, hey, I want to take the gun with us on the trip, and she was like, what? Why do you want to take? I was like, we're going to be staying in an Airbnb. We have no idea what's going to happen, and it's nice to be able to have a weapon in case you should need it for any particular reason whatsoever. And I'm like, I'd like to kind of take it with us. And she goes, well, the rental place that we're staying at says no weapons allowed. So she's like, I don't, you have to keep it out in the Jeep. And I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. So forget it. So we didn't take it along, but it was like the first time where we've ever gone like camping or anything like that whatsoever, where we were leaving or to the beach or whatever, to where I would have an opportunity to take it with me. And I was like, I kind of want to take it this time, and you never know what's going to happen, and you may want to have it. But I didn't take it, so. But I'd like to.
Pirate.
Huh?
Mrs. Pirate has always been my voice of reason, and she repeatedly admonished me that there's a fine line between funny and creepy, and she said that I was way over the line. So I guess
it's all good, man. It's all good.
I had to defer to her better judgment, but I couldn't wait to share with you that I had a well thought out plan that was ready to be executed. And I just couldn't get it past the committee.
That's all right. That's all right.
Pirate, you've mentioned in the chat a lot about Mrs. Pirate, and everything you said makes me think she's absolutely exceptional. So, glowing reviews for Mrs. Pirate, and cheers. What a wonderful person.
I'm married above my station, Foo. I have no right. I had no right to deserve such a good mate. I was fortunate that I found my best friend. I would encourage any young man to follow my example. Looks are fleeting. Sexiness comes and goes. Money, flush or thin, rich or poor, all that can be managed. But there's nothing like having your very best friend at the end of the day. And I would highly recommend it when anyone's considering making their choices.
Yeah, you posted a picture of her, and I didn't think that her looks were fleeting at all. So you got the best of both worlds there.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you, and I appreciate that, and I'll be sure to pass that along to her.
Would you please? She probably thinks I'm a dick. That goddamn Foo dog. You need to shut his shit down now.
No, it's a testament to Casey's channel and this chat that she has fallen victim to the same enticement that I have. That it's enormously funny, it's entertaining, it's in real time, which has that's something you can't replace from a video clip or a Twitter water or whatever they call them. So by nature of her close proximity to me and the fact that I don't normally wear the headsets, she can hear KC, and then frequently I'll share what I read or add to the chat. So she's become quite the fan, albeit not to the extent that she wants to participate, by chatting, what have you. But I assure you, she's she's aware of the exploits of the usual suspects on here, and she's is as enamored as I am. So everyone should be proud of that for what little bit matters. Compliment in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, you bring a lot of value to this chat, and you're.
Well, thank you, Fu. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everything that KC does. I have a lot to learn. I'm fearful sometimes. I don't understand all the etiquette. My children are at length to teach me. I don't. I have obviously an A-type personality, and I have a tendency to roll over things. So I walk a fine line from talking too much or chatting too much. So I find myself more often than not trying to pull back a little bit. But I don't mean to be rude or overbearing. It's just a character flaw that I have to deal with. So I ask everyone's forbearance.
Good with me, man.
I will tell you, I'm honest to a fault, and I love the intercourse here. Yeah, I said the word intercourse.
I was just gonna say intercourse.
That we all have here. So
what just happened? What happened?
I would only caution you not to ask me something if you're not prepared to hear the truthful answer. I'm not one to mince words.
Well, Pirate, Casey was trying to put things in my mouth for the last 2 days. What the hell? We love this interview.
Oh, no.
It didn't happen. Yes, we love the intercourse.
The intercourse is amazing.
If I don't get it at home, I know where to come get some.
Daddy,
what's up, guys?
Speaking of Danny.
Speaking of intercourse.
Bud Light? Now you're gonna go
Food Dog. Food Dog said he was a dick. I just want to come in and say I second that. What's up, Food?
Hey.
What just happened?
Woo.
I missed you guys. How's everyone doing?
Good. I'm doing great.
We're doing great.
Okay.
I'm doing so good I didn't even take a break.
Good to be back.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, wow, nice.
I'm gonna let you guys talk here for a minute, and I'm gonna write down. I'm gonna start putting together my questions for the movie trivia for the day today. So I'm gonna let you guys carry the conversation here for just a minute while I do that, and then I'm gonna go grab a glass of water so that we can toast to Buzz and Buzzman. Buzzman, who has his birthday today, and then also to Petrofire, who's also had his birthday yesterday, and we missed it. I caught it, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah, Petro. Yeah, his birthday was yesterday, and I missed it apparently. So, oh yeah, and then
Happy
today.
birthday, Buzzin'.
Danny fucked it all up.
Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all good.
No, you're not. Oh my god. All right, so
is Buzz and Buzzman going to tell us his age? That's the question.
Uh-oh. And Petro? What's Petro? He looked like he's about 40. Is Petro? I haven't seen Petro today.
Petro is. I think we're really close to the same age. He might be a year or two younger than me. He's around. He's in his early 40s, I think. Oh, I probably shouldn't be saying. That's probably his.
30. Dylan said he's 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not true. Let's see here. If I go silent, it's because I'm picking out questions. I never saw.
No,
I never saw the. What's that?
We know a squirrel when we hear it.
What is? I feel like I did something wrong here. Hold on a second. one of the movies that we were supposed to be doing is called In Time. Is that actually the? It was in 2011. I don't think I ever saw this. Wait, this is the one where they had like
Was it a Nicolas Cage like Bud Light movie?
no, it's why do I feel like this is the one where they have yeah, this is the I did see this movie. I saw this movie. I don't know why I can't
Oh, it's with Justin Timberlake.
yeah, and he's got people only have so much time to live, and then
Oh,
once they get to a certain age, that time starts ticking down. But they can trade time between each other in order to stay alive longer. But you never age
oh, if you
beyond
would have
that
said
point.
Dakota Fanning, oh, then I would have known that movie. Yeah, that's an excellent movie. Wow.
Yeah, it was an interesting
Yeah,
concept.
Justin Timberlake. Now he's a funny guy, but Dakota Fanning, whew, smoking in that movie, smoking. Which is weird to say because she was like a young actress, and I watched her in movies, and I was like, ah. And then she's in that movie, and I was like, oh, Irma Gerd, let's go,
My wife says that. Oh my god.
Irma Gerd. Have you seen the Irma Gerd meme?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you know what I'm saying. You imagine like a photo of you from like 1975 turns into a meme?
Yeah, that'd be messed up.
That would suck, but life goes on. Lou is on the objector speaker list.
Can't wait for that.
That'll be nice. So I want to tell you a story about a duck and a cat.
I know a guy.
Objection, Your Honor. God damn it, go fuck. You know what I'm gonna say.
Ooh. I can't wait for him to do that in there. Oh man.
No, denied. It blows me away every day. Every single day in this chat, we smile and laugh in the face of evil, and we just keep. We're like a juggernaut. We just keep moving forward. We're like, nope, nope, not leaving. You need to be fair to us. We won, you lost. Give us the trophy. And they won't give us the trophy. They just hate us.
You know that Lou has become the recipient, the butt of many a joke.
Well,
but yeah. What does it say? What does it say about us at large that he's become so popular? I mean, that's the real question.
In the beginning, he was actually saying things correctly, and then it just turned into a cluster F.
I believe it isn't. I believe it has absolutely zero to do with what he has to say. I think people are just entertained by his delivery, his general demeanor, and I think it's just a source of entertainment. I don't believe in any way that serious people took him in any way serious as far as trying to glean some sort of an edge or some sort of a well, you see where I'm going with this.
Sorry, guys, my wife was on the phone. So what's the movie? What's the movie trivia today?
In Time.
Oh, okay. Nice. So Yucca, you there, Yucca?
Yeah, what's up?
What did
How
you
you doing?
guys rate? What did you rate Casey's adventurous ape drink? What'd you guys give it?
I gave it a 10.
Nice. I gotta try it.
You know, I gave it a 10. I was sober, so.
Yeah, okay. Your videos, man, had me cracking up. I kept watching them.
Which
I forget.
video?
They're like ape together strong, and you're like these nuts together strong, and then at the end you whisper nuts.
Oh, yeah.
It was just
Oh,
it was so funny, man. That's cool though. I'm glad you guys met up. That's awesome.
I couldn't have been more excited to see the whole thing, watching this and reading it. And again, I'm a neophyte, so it's to be expected. It becomes a little impersonal. You just read, and there's a text with a picture and a name, and you read, and you sort of get a feel for personalities and senses of humor and attitudes and what have you. But to see those photographs of everyone laughing and enjoying just that moment in time where they could just be together as real people, it touched me.
Yep. I finally got my hands on the AMC popcorn, the bagged. I didn't do the microwave one, but I got the bagged one. I thought it was really good. I had the classic and the extra butter. So I like the classic. They say you warm it up, and you know they had the instructions to put it in the microwave for 20 or 30 seconds. I got to try that. I think it's going to be better. Heat it up, but I don't know.
I thought you were going to say that you just like bags better than.
Tea Becky's. These nuts. And we're there. We're looking at the popcorn, and then my son looks over and he sees that Mr. Beast These Nuts bar, and he starts laughing. And I look, and I start cracking up, and my wife is looking at both of us, and then she sees it, and she's like, gives us like a, you better not say it. Look. And I'm like, Luke, what does that say? And he's like, my wife's like, you better not say it. It's funny, man. That looked pretty good too. That Mr. Beast bar. I should have got it.
The D's bar?
Yep. Clever.
Clever.
I gotta head out, guys. It was good catching up. I'll talk to you guys soon, okay?
Thanks for stopping by, Danny. It's always good to hear from you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm working a summer job, so I'm pulling in, doing like my buddy of mine who used to be a teacher. He has a fencing company, not like the sword fencing, the other around your house fence. So I work there, so I'm pulling in right now. But I'll catch you guys later, all right?
Sounds good, man. Take care.
All right, later. Bye.
I'm confused. Are we allowed to say actress now? Like, is actress not a thing anymore? Do you call all actors actors? Is actress is that not acceptable?
It's not. There's like 29 different ways to say it now. Cis actress, flamboyant actress, flamboyant actor. I'm just kidding, Casey, but I actually saw a video where a guy was applying to a job, and he put the cursor over the little arrow, and he said, "Have we sunk this low?" And he clicked on the arrow on gender, and this huge box of different gender pseudonyms came up, and it was like beyond belief. We're going to pay for this, and we're going to pay in a hard way, because you don't screw with nature and have nature not come back and screw with you. So it's going to cause problems. Was it the Buddhists that call it karma?
Wait, what?
The Christians call it, you can't screw with nature. You can't go against nature. I just call it nature, so it's not religious or anything like that, but
I'm lost.
When you mess with nature and you try to change nature, it comes back to bite, and it always comes back in the form of war. Always. Throughout history. Just war, constant war, because people are trying to change things. It's just like, no, it's the same. So it's been the same 5,000 years ago. It was the same. Today, it's the same. Tomorrow, 10,000 years in the future, it's going to be the same. Not going to change. So, Casey, your question earlier, no, you can't get a breast implants and become a woman. You just can't.
Yeah, that's what I always learned.
Well, you're trying to put things in my mouth. Now I'm going to put things in your mouth. Uh-oh. Who just entered? Oh, yeah. Apex.
Apex.
You've entered the web.
Hey, Apex.
How you doing, man? I don't think I've heard you before.
Apex.
What's up, fuckers?
God damn it.
That's the best. I've never heard you before. Hey, fuckers.
Hey, fucker.
Perfect intro.
Fits right in. Just automatically becomes a bro.
How's it going?
It's going. I'm sitting around waiting to do some Grubhub deliveries, not getting any offers, so I figured I'd turn this on and shoot the shit with y'all.
See what's up, huh?
Tell us a story. Tell us your worst delivery you've ever had to make.
Shit, man, honestly, it's really not that bad. I cruise around rocking out my stereo crank full blast.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know.
You ever get
shitty rainy days? You
ever get that like random one where like the girl answers the door, she's really hot and she's like in a robe and stuff?
No, it's not like porn.
Oh, you say that, but I tried it out one time just to see what it was all about, and yeah, I had that happen to me. It was really funny because it was almost like she was expecting somebody else to make the delivery, and she had this like really disappointed face when she saw it was me. She had like this big smile, and then she looked up and saw it was me and was just like the smile disappeared. I think she was expecting a different delivery person, but I don't know.
There was a movie with that plot line. I think it was in the 80s, maybe late 70s. There was a movie with that very plot line, the Pizza Boy delivery. It was really funny.
You mean it hasn't just recurred over time and Time Pirate? The same plot over.
I can't say I've had an opportunity where I could show up with a pizza box with my junks in the middle, So.
Oh, I have stories, but I will give a shout out to Grubhub, because the other one that kind of starts with a D and ends with dash, that one effed me over, and I was pissed. I actually reversed the charges on my credit card on that one. So Grubhub, all the Grubhub workers, God bless America. You people are awesome. Never screw up any.
The movie title was called Loverboy. It starred Patrick Dempsey. I'd look it up real quick though, but it wasn't too bad.
Shue. Elizabeth Shue was in that movie. Censored content, you owe me a point.
And then actually this morning I put something out earlier. Somebody was talking about getting engaged this weekend. I made this comment about my girlfriend took me over to the Walmart, let me put a ring on layaway, and Katie was like, "Oh, that's cute, man." Like he thought I was being serious, it almost sounded.
Oh well, I don't want to be rude.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. It was definitely kidding around, man.
I mean, you don't know.
Marriage is the leading cause of divorce in this country.
You don't know what people's financial, I mean, who knows? Who am I to judge? The happiness between two people. If you have a happiness of going, if I was like, what's the coolest date you ever took your wife out on? You're like, we went to McDonald's and had French fries. You know what? Who am I to judge that? I am nobody to be judging that. If you had fun and that's a great night out for you and your wife, to have McDonald's French fries, I am not here to judge that. That is between you guys. If you had a great time, that's what matters. That's truly what matters. So, wherever you get
my
your
old lady
ring
and I
at,
have been together since 7th and 8th grade. I don't even know if we ever had a date.
if you have to pick a wedding or an engagement ring out of the grass and make it out of a piece of scraps and weeds or something like that, then so be it. That doesn't matter. It's about the love. That's it. Doesn't matter where you get it from.
Oh, those are sage words, because you look back in history and how did they get married? Did they have to sign a marriage contract with the U.S. government? No, they didn't. It was just, I am going to marry you and you're going to be my wife. And she says, I'm going to marry you. You're going to be my husband. And there was no financial terms involved in any of it. It was, damn, I hope this guy takes care of me. And the guy's like, damn, I'm going to take care of this person because I want this marriage to last. That's how it should be.
I'm trying to. I just need Kenny to pay up.
How many times have you brought someone else into your marriage and it worked out okay? Is what I'm trying to say.
Good
when
point.
You bring a third person into your marriage, does it ever work out well? And in our case with the U.S. government, we have to bring the U.S. government into our marriage. So now it's you, your wife, and the U.S. government. Has that ever worked out well? Have you ever asked your wife, we should have a threesome?
I'm pretty sure we feel that way. We're both getting screwed. Neither of us are enjoying it.
There's a reason why they didn't do it like that back then. They didn't have the government involved in marriage. Why is... Uh-oh.
I apologize. I forgot to mute my mic, and unfortunately, my dog just got caught right in the garbage. So a little crosstalk there. My bad.
No, I was just wondering because I thought Mrs. Pirate might want to chime in on that. Now, yeah, I'm not going to bring any other pirates. There's not going to be a third pirate concubine showing up, right? I'm just wondering if I share the same opinions.
I'm not sure that our friendship has excelled to the point where I'm willing to share those sort of details. So we'll say maybe that topic.
Are we on the road? I mean, but in most instances, if you're married to a woman and you tell that woman, we should bring another person into our relationship, how do you think that's going to end? But yet we bring the U.S. government into our relationship. How do you think that's going to end?
See, I won't even let my old lady take me to a strip club because I won't fall for that trick either. Well, she sits there and stares at me and some chick grinds on my lap.
See, we were talking about cologne earlier. A woman, your wife buys you cologne. You put the cologne on, and the first thing she says is, Why are you wearing cologne? You're just going to the store. Oh, well, what?
Right.
I want to feel important.
Whatever you do, Casey, never say that to her.
No, I actually did say that. It's too late.
All right, you must have a lovely wife.
Very.
But yeah, you sign a marriage contract, and really what you're doing is marrying two people, your wife and the U.S. government. And for tax purposes, you don't need to sign a marriage contract. If you want to be married, just tell the person you're with, I want you to be my wife, and she can say, I want you to be my husband, and you're married.
Agreed.
Don't believe any of this crap that you need to sign something, some sort of contract. The contract is your verbal contract between you and her. That's it.
You look at history, and marriage has always been a contract. It started out as a contract for land and keeping families tied together to rule lands, and then you look at time, and time fast forwards, and you got these jewelers going, hey, we can make money on this. Hey, these girls want to wear these pretty dresses. And then everybody plays fairy tale and fantasy for a day and then take an unjustified vacation and then have people give you gifts, celebrate your love. I don't need all that stuff.
Sure, yeah. Look, Mieppe Jr. just said that's your opinion. I could be wrong. I'm just saying, for the last 6,000 years that we've been in existence as humans, we haven't signed a contract with the government to be married. But in the last, what has it been? When did they do this? Like in the 1900s, where you started, the early 1900s, where you started signing a contract, a marriage contract, they charged a fee. The government is charging a fee for a, I don't want to say a religious ritual, but a ritual nonetheless. You're signing a ritual.
Yeah,
Why are you
absolutely.
Why are you signing a ritual? When have we ever signed a ritual? And OCD people, sometimes they wash their hands 4 or 5 times, or maybe even more if they actually have a disorder to the point where they cause skin issues, they wash their hands so much. Do they sign? That's a ritual. Do they sign with the U.S. government to wash their hands? No, they don't.
That'd be fucked up if we had to.
They'd be paying a lot of taxes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Like, no, I'm gonna eat my sandwich with my dirty hands. Fuck you, government.
I'm waiting for Dr. Zeno to chime in because he probably has a little bit more education on this. But we're signing away our lives to the U.S. government, and it's not a good thing. I don't believe it. I mean, Moses wanted to marry Miriam in the Bible, in the Old Testament, right? So he wants to marry Miriam, but there's 2 other women who are older, or 2 other sisters who are older than Moses. So Moses has to marry those 2 other sisters first before he can marry Miriam, the one he really liked. That was their whole thing back then. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that the Old Testament's correct or factual or anything, but that's kind of what the ritual was back then. Do you guys want to talk about this anymore? We can move on to something else if you want.
How about that weather?
That weather's nice. I'll sign a contract with that weather. Freaking beautiful here right now. Sunny, lovely. The weeds are growing in my backyard. Good.
Yeah, I've got like 3 days of rain back to back to back. Now I'm gonna go mow my grass.
I must admit, Foo, as a father of 2 young boys, 2 young men, I'm a little torn on the concept of marriage. I've always felt like it basically had its roots in religion, and that's another whole time. It's a topic for another time, I guess. But short of having deep-seated religious convictions that warrant or that demand marriage, I'm not real sure any longer how I feel about it. I will concede that there does seem to be an unnecessary risk financially, and that I would be lying. I'd be less than honest if I didn't say I think a great deal about that. Coming from someone who's struggled so hard to build something out of this life that I fully intend to pass on to them, I lose sleep over the fact that a wrong choice could see essentially half of that work evaporated over a social construct rooted in religion. But on the other side of that, I understand too that there may be things that I'm not fully aware of that's beneficial. I've been told that it's too easy just to walk away from a relationship, and that marriage is maybe a bind that acts as a stopgap measure for impulsive actions that could hurt a family. So I'm wrestling with that, and I've yet to make my final decision on it, but I do give it a great deal of thought. The simple fact, we're all numbers people here, at least we lean towards having a love of numbers. The statistics say that 50% of marriages end in divorce. So the facts speak for themselves that it's literally a flip of the coin if the marriage will make it. And along with that, the division of assets. And so at the risk of sounding like a money grubber or an old penny pincher, it does give me pause.
Well, don't be dismayed, Pirate. The U.S. government has already got that covered. If you don't believe in marriage, they do. So if you live together, they call it common law marriage. So you can't escape it, no matter what. You live with someone, you have children with them, you're married. So whether or not you sign a contract, the U.S. government decided that you already signed a contract.
Well,
Some of
maybe
those common laws were abolished.
at some point in time, the marriage is in your heart. I mean, you're essentially making a promise to each other, and I don't necessarily know that the piece of paper or the threat of losing half your assets, if it should really be the most, to carry the most weight in your decision to do it or not. So I still want to believe that somewhere in there that there's a little bit of room for true love. I'd like to think so.
You can always have hope.
That's beautiful, Pirate. Yeah, I wish that were true, but would you ever sign a contract with anyone who benefits by breaking the contract?
Exactly, I agree with you.
So, okay, yeah, I guess that's self-explanatory, and nothing needs to be discussed more than that.
Well, it's far too complicated for us to flesh out here in between fart jokes. But
well,
I would say that it's complicated. I mean, the whole concept of meeting someone and marrying them. I mean, you get into the whole sex before marriage and all of that. I mean, I'll share this. My Mrs. Pirate and I, we cohabitated for a number of years. I think approaching 5 years before we finally made it official, if you will. And I would contend that it's one of the few things in life that society would expect, or at least the fervently religious would advocate that you marry, prior to having sex or cohabitating. And I can't think of any other instance in life, whether it's to a job or where you would build a home or choose a career, where that you would make that sort of decision that has such long-lasting implications without any test drive comes to mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say test driving, but
Okay. Well,
Okay, wait,
it
wait, wait,
always
wait, wait,
ends
wait,
up.
wait. Wait, I gotta throw in my 2 cents here real quick. And we got movie trivia, and I
Are we
didn't read
done
over the
here?
numbers. I finally got done with the movie trivia, and I'm not comfortable with one of the answers. I'm trying to look up the answer to it, and I don't know that I can find it. So you guys are gonna probably hate me on this, but I had to throw my 2 cents on this. I there was a point in my time where I was under that same impression too about the whole test driving thing. Like, you got to figure out what you're gonna you gotta ride around a little bit before you figure out what it is you're gonna before you're actually gonna try something out, or maybe even try out the new car that you're potentially buying or whatever, if that's how you want to take a look at it. But I don't know, man. I'm torn on it because I felt like at one point in my life when I was giving that advice to my sister, I wanted to take it back later on down the road because it didn't do. I felt like that advice probably didn't help her out in life, and I wish I could take it back. But I don't know, man. I like part of me agrees with that, and part of me doesn't agree with that, and I think every single person has to figure it out for themselves. But I can say one thing's for sure. Um,
I agree,
it's a
Casey. I
very
think
sensitive
there's a lot
subject.
more contemplation. I think we need to contemplate this a lot more.
Yeah, yeah,
and make the necessary changes because when it comes to children, yes, there needs to be some financial. I hate to say this. There needs to be some support, but it doesn't have to be draconian, and it doesn't have to be draconian towards the male. If the male pays the money, then the male pays the money to financially support the child, whether he's in the child's life or not. But on the other hand, there needs to be major regulation on what the mother spends the money on. The mother of my children spent money on nails, hair, vacations, and I spent extra child support making sure they had the latest shoes, dresses, makeup, hair dye, also nails, all of that. So it wasn't like I was just giving money to my children for rent, food, because she was still working. She was still making money.
Point Break Thor just typed in that as a father of 3 girls, he doesn't need guys test driving his daughters, and I probably need to take ownership and apologize. That was a poor metaphor or a poor example. I was trying to paint a picture of the cohabitation of will you be compatible living together? Do you enjoy the same meals, the same entertainment? I was coming at it in that vein, and so I apologize. It did, and after I heard myself say it, I was fearful of that. So Point Break Thor, I agree 100%, and I apologize for a poor wordcraft on my part.
Yeah, a lot of accidents happen from test drives.
Yeah, Point Break, he'll bring it. He does not mince words.
Let's take a look at the numbers. It's such a heavy topic, and then I got movie trivia to do. So
well, I mean,
yeah, let's do numbers real quick here. I'm gonna actually back out of the big tramp here, and then I'll come back after I get done with movie trivia, and I'm gonna try and rush everything all together real fast because it's really close to the end of the day here. I'll be back.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna bounce, guys. Thanks for having me. Apex out.
Take care, Apex. Stay safe out there.
Catch you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Yeah. See you, brother.
All right, let's take a look at these numbers real fast. It is the end of the day here, so we got to take one last gander at what we got going on. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what is happening. Not a whole lot, really. But let's take a look at the finer details. Off exchange by this time of the day with EDGX, I would expect to see about 66%. We've got 52.64% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.8. That's 58.44%. That's 5.56% less than it should be. Guess where it all went? 8.46% going through CHX, which is 843,000 shares. Lots of volume going through there. The 30-day average is 3.38, so it's almost exactly that 5.5% down that off exchange and EDGX are down by. Taking a look at APE, we've got 62.39% going through that exchange. Oops, 62.39, and EDGX is 3.35. Combined total 65.74% or 0.26% less than I would expect. CHX volume is only 1,300 shares, nothing unusual happening there. And on GME, CHX volume is definitely elevated at 2.65% of the total daily volume, with 43.8 thousand shares going through that exchange with a 30-day average of 0.36. So definitely some positions being returned on GME and AMC as well for today. Taking a look at AMC's Ortex data. As of an hour ago, it was 1.13 million shares returned. It's now 1.15 million shares. Let's see. That's not really gonna change the estimated short-term interest. The free float at 23.91%. Cost per hour averages or min is 8.26. Average 384.56 and max is 755.65. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 1.2 million shares. Ortex estimated about 415,000 of that was in closed short interest day over day, bringing our new shares on loan count to 200.1 million shares. Taking a look at APE, 366,000 shares having been returned on APE for the day to day. An hour ago, that was the same. So no change, 4.87% short-term interest. The free float, cost per hour min 6.54, average 6.72, and max is 6.9. Shares on loan increased by 320,000 shares to 14.69 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 10,000 contracts. There's now 11.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4.50 strike as well. There was 6.3 thousand contracts. There's now 7.1. Market suggesting closing price by the end of the day should be around $4.50 on AMC, but obviously, as of right now, that's not the case. Combined price of AMC and APE is about 3 cents higher than what it was earlier this morning at $5.86. And you can see we've done nothing but mostly consolidate for the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME, I do not expect to see on this list due to the low quantities of volume that we've had going on for the day today. And we are not on that list. SSR trips at $3.63 for AMC, did not trip today. APE at 1.62. Shares available to borrow is at 0, and fees were last seen at 274.1%. NASDAQ is up 1.81, Dow Jones is up 0.71, and the S&P 500 is up 1.26. We currently have 4,145 advancers to 2,191 decliners. It's about the same it was an hour ago. Taking a look at banks, the biggest movers right now that we've got on the books right here is FRCB is up 19.67, Silvergate up 5.75, PacWest is up 6.1, Western Alliance up 2.93, Coinbase up 12.03, Charles Schwab up 3.42. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic, we've got 0.74 up for the day today. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.2. Oil is up 2.02 for the day today, and mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.21 to 0.25. SPY is up 1.22. VIX is up down 4.14% for the day today. VBR is up 1.7. VB is up 1.86. Tesla is up 3.36. Amazon is up 1.76. Cinemark is up 0.38. Doge is up 1.09. Bitcoin is up 1.38. GME is up 2.06. HYMC is up down 3.12. NCMI is up 7.46. Robinhood is up 3.43. Ape is down 1.66 and AMC is up 1.3. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have about $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 10.86 million shares traded so far for the day today. That is 11.7 million share pace that we're on right now by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in the pre-market. On a 4-hour chart here, we're getting really close to breaking out of this ascending broadening wedge. We've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.97, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.58, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.47, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.88, which is above average. Almost signaling overbought. Taking a look at Ape, and we have approximately $1,700 more outflow than inflow. 6.91 million shares traded so far for the day today after 363 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 7.42 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 1 to 20 million that I suggested in the pre-market, but not nearly close to what AMC's volume has been, which is what I was expecting to see. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.93, which is slightly below average on a 1-hour time interval. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.53, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.99, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.5, which is below average. All right, time for movie trivia. I had a closing price for the day today, a prediction of 414 and Ape at 183, and it looks like I'm going to be off on both of those just a little bit here, not too much. Let's see here. I am eligible for an extra bonus point for the day today, but I got to beat out Apex. Apex had a 429, I have 447. Splitting the difference would be a 18 cent, so I get an 8 cent leeway. I think I'm definitely within the 8 cent leeway. Might be leaning a little bit more in my direction. We'll see. We'll see how it closes out the day here. But we got to do movie trivia real quick here before we get too late. It's 2:34. I already am a little late to this. So hit live now or wait for questions in the chat. Alrighty. There's one question in this that I don't think is accurate. I'm going to give you what I think is the right answer, but I don't know that it's right. So we'll see. What about those Q2 earnings numbers, Casey? Say what? Who's Q2? Hold on. Was I supposed to be reading off Q2? Yuck, I have not seen the song recommendations yet. All right, let me do the movie trivia here, guys. All right, here we go. The movie is In Time. What year did the movie take place? Like, what was the year that was supposedly that it was taking place in? And I'll give you guys, I feel like if it goes too long on this one, oh, there it is right there. Censored content with 2169 is correct. I was gonna give you guys a hint and say sometimes I say nice after the end of it. That is correct. 2169, nice. Next question. These are kind of easy today, guys. What happens if someone runs out of time? They die by Joe Pounce is correct. Joe was by far the fastest on that one. He pounced on that. Joe that pouncer. Pounce. All right, next question. I gotta be real careful not to copy and paste the answer in there for you guys. What actress stars as Justin Timberlake's mother in the movie? Olivia Wilde is correct by censored content. Okay. What is the name of the main character played by Justin Timberlake? Will is correct. I didn't ask for a last name, so I'll give it to you. It was Will Salas is the correct answer. Censored content for a point. What currency is used instead of money? Time by Preacher is correct. All right. How old is Will Salas at the start or the beginning of the movie? "28" by Einstein is correct. All right. Oh, I'm still misspelling your name even to this day, dude. You're tripping me out. All right, next one. Let's see what we got here. I can't read it out loud. Hold on a second here. I gotta copy and paste. All right. Uh, what is the name of the district where the poor people live in the film? Dayton is correct by censored content. San Diego. Nice try, Nana. Nice try. All right, next one. What is the name of the rebellion group fighting against the timekeepers? Minutemen is correct by censored content. Censored content rolling in, showing everybody who's the boss. All right, this is the question that's going to be debatable. I know people are going to have a big old tissy on this one, so we'll just call it rigged. So it's we're going to say what I found I found two different answers, and I really don't like. I'm going to go with the first answer that I found instead of the second one, even though the second one's probably. I feel like this is not a right answer, but so forgive me on this one. But in the world of in time, what is the maximum amount of time a person can have? It's not a million years. It is not infinite. Preacher's throwing in a bunch of names in there, and I knew that was going to be coming. So I'm going to go with no. I'm so gonna get called out on this one. I know it. I know somebody's gonna go back and rewatch the movie and be like, "That's not true." I know it's coming, and I already know that they're gonna be right about it too. 999 years. Dylan's saying. Um, I'm kind of leaning on giving Dylan the correct answer on this because it's I said I did. I think the actual question was uh, I said the maximum amount of time. So here's the deal. Joe Pounce has got the answer that I wanted, which was 1,000 years. So I'm going to give Joe Pounce the answer. If somebody goes into the movie and actually looks it up and wants the point that bad that you're going to go in and figure it out what the actual time is, I think it's actually higher than that, and I will accept that if you really fight for it. But I think that it's not an infinite. There is a limitation. There is a certain amount of zeros on that arm that's there. I will give you a hint that the maximum amount of years is a 4-digit number. And in the movie, at the poker table scene, he actually does life up to 1,100 years. So that's already over 1,000 years, and I'm not sure exactly how that works out, unless. The only thing I can think of is that unless those last 4 digits on the arm are not years, and it was actually something else other than years, but everybody was under the presumption, the way the movie talks, that those were years. So that definitely proves that it's already over 1,000. But that was the number I was looking for, was 1,000 years. I know somebody's going to go fact check this and figure it out. Yeah, there it is right there, the 999. Yeah. 999. It should just be a bunch of nines across the entire thing like that. For sure, Preacher. You're pretty close to being right on that one. That should be the max. Anyways, moving on. Last question. I know you all putting in a bunch of different stuff in here, but it's actually, I'm going to read off this one because there's no way. I didn't really like any of the questions that I came up with for a last question. I don't know. I guess I just wasn't feeling it today or whatever. But at the poker table, how old is Philippe Weiss say he was at that poker table when he's sitting there? Said when you're he mentions his age. How many years old was he? I'll give you a hint. It was 2 digits. 69. No, that's not it. I'll tell you what, it's higher than 69, but less than 100. Let the numbers fly. Ooh, so close. So close. There was a close one there. It was close. 85 by James McNerney. James McNerney. 2 points. For the last question of the day. All right, let me tally up these points here real quick here, guys. Holy smokes. AMC up to $4.14. You guys probably thought, there's no way in hell Casey's price prediction of 414 is ever going to happen today. There we go. 414. We're in the money here, guys. We're looking pretty strong. Now we just need Ape to hit 183 at the same time. Yeah, it's good times. All right, let's see here. Let me add points real quick up here. And congratulations, by the way, James McNerney. I haven't seen that name before. Congratulations on your first points of the week. Censored content, congratulations on adding to your points for the week. Joe Pounce adding to his points as well. Congratulations. Let's see. We went from. Okay. And then Preacher. Does he have points up here? Preacher, congratulations on your first point of the week. Einstein. I feel like Einstein had a point in here somewhere. Nope, it's not. Congratulations on your first point of the week. And then again, James, congratulations on your first points, maybe ever. Alrighty, here's the totals. The totals right now as it stands in third place. Do we have a three-way tie for first? Holy crap, we do. Okay, who's in third though? Tied for third, we have Frank Lehman and Foo Dog. No, tied for third is not Frank Lehman and Foo Dog. Tied for third is Nana, Dino Mike, Arthur Martin, and James McKerney with 2 points apiece. With 3 points, we have a two-way tie between Frank Lehman and Foo Dog. And then we have a three-way tie with 6 points apiece for Joe Pounce, John Hannaford, and Censored Content. Three-way tie. I don't think we've ever had a three-way tie going into any day of the week, ever. I don't think we've ever had that happen. That's a first. So congratulations. Tomorrow's movie, and I'm just going to make a command decision here because we don't really have too many more movies left on this list here. We have a choice between Equilibrium, Deer Hunter, or The Adventures of Buckaroo. And I'm going to make a command decision here and put Deer Hunter as tomorrow's movie for the day. So that will be the movie for tomorrow. You know, I should just say like $8,000 for my price prediction for tomorrow. Like if I nail 414 today, I should predict. I should totally just predict $8,000 and then see what happens. It's like I live in some kind of weird. By the way, why is price moving as quickly as it is currently? And if you go to 1 hour chart, guys, you're going to see that we're breaking out of that descending broadening wedge. And when we break out of this, price should be starting to move back up and heading towards $4.85. That's where we should be heading towards. The signal on this, typically speaking, has you trending towards the secondary touching point on this descending broadening wedge, and that's where we're at right now. So when you're seeing price starting to move, I think the big movement's really going to come tomorrow, or maybe even in the aftermarket hours or pre-market tomorrow morning. But the reason that I say that, and that not necessarily today, and part of the reason why I suggested the 414 close for the day today was I was kind of expecting to see a little bit of this junk over here, where with the combined price of AMC and APE, we're going to be hitting a level of resistance on the way up of breaking out of a descending parallel channel, which would give us some more additional upwards momentum once we hit this like 596 combined. And I guess for a price prediction on a close for the day today at 597. So I was expecting to see a little bit of last minute resistance at the very top here before the final breakout to the top side. So looks like we're getting that. The question is can we break out with higher volume to the top side going into tomorrow? That would be key to see. So in case you're wondering why the sudden burst right here at these price levels, that's why. And you can see volume is picking up towards the end of the day here. All right, I'm going to go back to the back of the big tramp, even though it's for 10 minutes.
His mom's asleep in China.
Yep, I'm back.
Casey.
Yeah.
Casey.
Yeah.
Are you going to play that song? Come on, man. You have to. It's short and sweet.
No,
point.
So wait, I got to go get water. I didn't toast out with Buzz and Buzzman or Petro's birthdays. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go get some water real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on.
We apologize. Go Go get it.
God, yeah, right. He's gonna go get watered down Bud Light. That's what he's gonna go get.
Yeah. He's got a watered down Smirnoff coming up.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's go. Sleep when I'm dead. Let's go.
Let's go. He said he was breaking out.
Okay.
Did he say he was coming out? Oh.
All right. Real quick, toast to Petro for his birthday yesterday. A belated toast to him, and then Buzz and Buzzman. May you guys have a wonderful and prosperous next year ahead of you, and cheers to your holding.
Salud.
Salud.
I still drink it in the Jack Daniels glass, by the way.
Nothing else? What?
Cheers.
Cheers.
By the way.
Nothing else? What?
Casey, are you gonna play that song?
No. Tomorrow I've got to play. Einstein's birthday is tomorrow, and I got to play his song. It's like a 12-minute song.
Okay, what? You said that. You
I
want
know.
it short and sweet.
I know what I said, and I'm making a command decision to go long.
Damn it!
All right.
What is it, Iron Butterfly?
Damn it, Casey! You're gonna do the long strokes?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I like it long. Sometimes all I get's short.
Damn it!
You never know.
Good to be the king.
Is it longer than Inagata Davida?
No,
I gave you a song a long time ago, Casey.
I know.
You were like, no.
Yep.
I know you're holding it.
I know, but the thing is that Einstein does a little extra by going out and doing price predictions every day for me, and I want to honor that, and because I don't do anything for hardly anybody at all.
Would you at least consider my song?
It. Yeah.
Maybe next week.
I can consider it for next week, for sure, Yucca. But I think I'm.
It's like literally, it's like 30, 40 seconds.
Yucca.
Wait, is it up there here, or is it in the?
You see, it's just a funny thing.
Is it in the general?
It's in the music suggestion. Yeah, it is in the general too. I must have posted it in there.
Let's see here. I thought I already looked in there. I didn't see it. I see Buzzman putting in Inception, something or other, and then
go up a little bit. Yeah, you'll see it. I'm the only one that posted. I haven't posted anything before. It's just one.
It's not an intro song, Casey. It's just like an.
It's an out.
It's an intermediary.
I don't see anything.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Let me in.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I told you, Yucca, he wasn't gonna play it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh come on, man.
I told you.
I'll play it. I'll play it. No, I'll play it.
I'm here to support the Yucca.
I will play it
because it's really funny. You don't have to play it as an.
You don't have to play it. You don't have to play it. You can just play it for laughs. I found it. It's hilarious.
It's just for.
Is my mom going to be offended?
For laughs. I found it. She might not.
Do it.
I don't know. I wanted to ask you something, Casey.
Mm-hmm.
What is the oldest collectible item do you hold?
Collectible?
Yeah.
These?
No, but yeah, what is do you have anything that's like rare collectible?
No, turn it back on him, which is a horrible argumentative tactic, but what do you hold?
I have a Civil War bullet.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that's good.
Well,
I don't know how many years ago that was. I'm sure I could probably look it up and see, but I know that happened a long time ago.
That's just, how do you know
Bobby
it's civil?
said your beard is your collectible.
Is it sad that I don't know when the Civil War happened? I think that's pretty bad. I
It's
should
like
probably
in,
know that.
isn't it like in the 1700s?
I don't know.
Shit,
No.
yucca. Oh my god.
No, it's like
We've had
18. I don't know.
sooner?
I'm gonna guess 1820 ish. I have no
No,
idea.
1850.
18. I don't know.
1850, guys.
1850.
1860.
No.
1860? Oh, damn it all. 1860. Everybody's saying 1860. Yeah.
I don't know. 1861 is
So-
what I looked at. It says April 12th, 1861.
God.
And then the bullet says, does it say Civil War on
Yeah,
it?
it says right on it. It's printed on there. It says official Civil War, commemorative, and then it has a tally mark on it for how many people were killed because they used it multiple times. I'm teasing.
Are you BSing?
Yes,
knew
I'm
it.
very BSing. No, I have a real Civil War
Arrowheads
book.
count?
Tom Shaner knows.
1969? 1869.
No. That's
1869.
when foods were conceptualized. Yeah, Tom Shaner knows. Tom Shaner knows his fucking history.
Interesting.
Jason, unfortunately, it's time I gotta close this out, so it's kind of like a bad time to ask
Yeah.
like a really heavy question like that. But maybe we can get into it tomorrow, and we'll talk a little bit about it tomorrow afternoon.
Good question.
Whenever, yeah, it's a good question. And
Who
but,
asked it? What question?
Jason Bear. I always say his name wrong. Barham.
Your mom.
Oh, I see
Yeah,
it.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So I'll tell you what, guys. I'll be right back right after I end this live stream. So
Sure.
I'll,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
see you guys
awesome.
back here in a few
Great
minutes.
day. Excellent.
Right on.
day.
Excellent.
See you guys in a bit. All right, guys. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and you know what that usually means. All good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see a movie left. There's only a couple days left in this quarter here. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Some of the work gets kind of hard, and this ain't no place to be if you plan on being a star. Let me tell you, it's always cool, and the boss don't mind sometimes if you act the fool at the car wash. Whoa, 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 talking about the car wash, yeah. Come on, y'all, and sing it for me. Car wash. Woo, woo, woo. Car wash, yeah. Well, those cars never seem to stop coming. Work and work. Keep those bags and machines humming. Work and work. My fingers to the bone. Work. If I can't wait till it's time to go home. Hey, get your car washed today. Fill up and you don't have to pay. Come on and give us a play. Get a wash, right away. Come on, y'all, and sing it with me. Car wash. Sing it with feeling, y'all. Car wash, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Those cars never seem to stop coming. What I say, keep those rags and machines humming. Let me tell you, it's always cool, and the boss don't mind sometimes if you act the fool at the car wash.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, trees are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other